Buenas tardes, good afternoon, bonsoir. We will give this announcement in English, in Spanish, and in Haitian Creole. My name is Maria Angelica Ramirez. My pronouns are they and she, and today we are providing interpretation in Haitian Creole, Spanish, and English with MARB language services to ensure that we can all have access to this space in the language that we prefer. Today, we will be in a multilingual space where, if we can hear, we will be able to hear folks speaking in different languages. And Spanish is one of them. If you are unable to understand Spanish, or if you prefer to listen in English, we ask that you please grab a piece of interpretation equipment from the interpretation table that is located at the entrance of the auditorium at the top left. If for any reason you are unable to get up there, or if you prefer that we bring it down, if you could please raise your hand, we will be happy to support you and bring it to you, okay? Thank you so much for supporting us in making this a multilingual space. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Angélica Ramírez, mis pronombres son ella y ella, y hoy estamos proveyendo interpretación en español, en criollo haitiano y en inglés con MARB Language Services, para asegurarnos de que hoy todos podamos tener acceso en este espacio en el idioma que prefiramos. Este es un espacio multilingüe donde si podemos oír, vamos a oír diferentes idiomas. Uno de ellos va a ser el español y también el inglés. Si ustedes prefieren escuchar en español, les pedimos que por favor se dirijan a la entrada del auditorio, a mano izquierda, donde está la mesa de interpretación, y ahí podrán recibir un equipo de interpretación para poder escuchar en inglés en tiempo real. Muchas gracias por apoyarnos en hacer de este un espacio multilingüe.
Bonsoir, bonsoir tout le monde. Nous PAMM c'est Lourdes avec MARB Language Services. Et après-midi, ça, c'est un plaisir pour nous assurer l'interprétation pour nous dans la langue créole haïtienne. Donc, nous demandons sous ta remettre Tande, puis participer dans la langue créole pour monter en haut à gauche. Côté dans porte d'ouverture là, ou pour moun qui là, cap bon petit équipement mettez dans les oreilles. Donc, n'a assuré nous que espace là sont espace multilingue côté tout le monde capable participer dans le langage que tu as préféré. Donc si c'est ça tu as envie de faire après-midi, nous là pour nous aider avec ça et nous disons déjà merci pour appui pour nous support pour aider nous propager et toute activité dans la langue que tout le monde parle, tout le monde comprend. Et nous disons merci pour ça et puis bonne participation.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pérez Art Museum, Miami. My name is Marie Vickles. I'm the Senior Director of Education, and I'm so pleased to welcome you all to the second convening of Women Photographers International Archive, also known as WOPHA Congress, for this iteration of How Photography Teaches Us to Live Now. This Congress promises to be an inspiring gathering taking place here at the Pérez Art Museum, Miami, and also across South Florida. And for those of you that are joining us virtually, that warm welcome is also extended to you too, wherever you might be joining us in the world from. So the first WOPHA Congress took place at PAMM in 2021 after some incredible challenges and delays from the COVID-19 pandemic. But at that time, we knew how important and necessary it was for us to support and ensure that this Congress would take place not only in Miami, but here at the Pérez Art Museum, Miami. And then last year in October, we again had the pleasure to work alongside WOPHA to produce a symposium on the edge of visibility, an international symposium, co-presented by AWARE, which is the Archive of Women Artists, Research and Exhibitions. And here we are in 2024, and over the course of the next 2 days, I hope that we will create the necessary and critical spaces for learning centered around the practice of a visual medium that has come to define how we as humans perceive, share, and understand our world. The practice and analysis of photography can be a powerful tool that can shed light on our shared realities and the difficult truths that we can choose to face together. with the goals of creating a better future that sustain all of us, not just the few. And of course, our precious planet that we are a part of in the most intimate of ways. So I have to thank Aldede and the incredible WOPHA team for creating this initiative that brings together some truly incredible photographers, educators, art historians, theorists, and curators, who are all aiming to build upon and better represent the dynamic history of women photographers from the 19th century through today. This gathering also provides us with an unparalleled moment to connect the networks of our local and international community in the photographic arts. A few acknowledgements before I introduce Aldede. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of people to make this come together, a lot of people and teamwork to make programs like this possible. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the fantastic group of folks here at the museum working to produce PAMM educational programs like this one. I would like to acknowledge Anita Bram, Associate Director of Adult and Public Programs, David Miller, Education Coordinator, our world-class audio-visual team, Denise Faxis, Andrew Bird, with Lázaro Llanes and Jose Choque on video and cameras. There are, of course, so many more people to thank, including all of our front-of-house teams, our visitor services folks, our security folks, Marion Fung in the shop, who is so graciously hosting a book signing for us, and many more. And of course, there are the supporters and advisors of the WOPHA board and that team as well. And it takes so many hands, and we all know this, but it's good to acknowledge it. We literally could not do this without all of these people mentioned and more. So thank you, all of you. We can give them a round of applause. Okay, who started all this? Now for an introduction of Aldede Delgado, the founder of WOPHA and director of this incredible Congress. Aldede Delgado is the founder and director of Women Photographers International Archive. She has a background in advising and presenting at art history forums based on photography, including lectures at the Tate Modern, Pérez Art Museum Miami, the New School, and California Institute of the Arts. Aldede is a recent recipient of the 2019 Night Arts Challenge, the 2018 School of Art Criticism Fellowship, and a 2017 Research and Production of Critic Essay Fellowship. She is the author of the online archive catalog of Cuban women photographers, as well as the namesake ongoing book being produced in conjunction with that. Publications where she has contributed to include Cuban Art News, Artishock, Terremoto, CNA America Latina, Arcadia, as well as diverse and independent art blogs. Aldede writes for Artishock, Terremoto, Art Nexus, and CNA America Latina. She is also an active member of PAMM's International Women's Committee, IKT International Association of Curators of Contemporary Art, the US Latinx Art Forum, and Art Table, and so much more, just to say. So without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Aldede Delgado.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, as Marie said, did this beautiful introduction. I am the founder and director of Women Photographers International Archive, a nonprofit organization with a mission to research, promote, support, and educate on the contributions of women and non-binary photographers to modern and contemporary art. We seek to foster a more diverse and equitable world by providing a permanent archive for future generations, while being a driving force for innovative thinking and discussion about the role of women in the photographic arts. So I want to thank you all for joining us, both in person and virtually, for the second edition, or well, for the second day of activities of the WOPHA Congress. I can't believe we have made it through here, but here we are, as I said, bigger and stronger. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Pérez Art Museum Miami for being a home for WOPHA for 4 years of partnership and their very special supportive team led by Franklin Sirmans. A special thanks to Mari Vicles, Anita Braham, Iberia Pérez, Debbie Miller, Alexandra O'Neill, Alexa Ferra, Marian Fong, Denise Faxas, and Andrew Baird and all the people involved here. Really, I think that when we come with WOPHA, it's like we bring all this energy, we involve everyone, and you are always very supportive, very generous, very open, even the importance of accessibility, what we are having here, a program that is translated right now in English, Spanish, Kreyòl, with sign language interpretation. All of that is very important for the mission of WOPHA, and it's a support that we receive from the museum, and I am so grateful for that. I also want to take a moment to to acknowledge that this program would not be possible without the unwavering support of our board of directors, Maria Concha Bechili Jodes, Darlene Boitel Pérez, May de la Vega, Cindy Frieso, and Leslie Goweiser. My incredible Congress team, Francisco Mazó, Amanda Bradley, Sebastián Díaz, Daniela Salazar, has worked tirelessly, and I am deeply grateful to all the volunteers, the photographers who are documenting the Congress as well, everyone that in one way or another have supported us throughout the year and during these eventful days. Natalie, I am seeing you here, thank you so much. Additionally, I want to recognize the generosity of our leading sponsors, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Bechili Jodes Family Foundation, the Green Family Foundation, the Jorge Pérez Family Foundation, and the Miami Foundation, and our official hotel partners, JW Marriott Marquis Miami and JW Marriott Miami. I want to thank as well to our 20 cultural partners. While I can't name each of you individually due to time constraints, please know that your support and trust mean the world to us. Thank you to MPV, the world's largest online platform for used photo and video equipment, for sponsoring free access to our photo works that we had this morning, and for the incredible gift that they gave to all the participants. A program like the WOPHA Congress is never the work of just one person. It is only possible through the collective passion, trust, and dedication of individuals and institutions who believe in our mission and contribute in countless ways. To all of you, my deepest gratitude, and to the speakers and attendees joining us from near and far to participate in this 4-day creative program, thank you so much for being here. The WOPHA Congress established Miami as a meeting place for the international photography community. Open to all, it serves as a multimodal, creative convening and exhibition series, bringing together leading art historians, curators, artists, and representatives from women photography organizations to discuss relevant issues on women in the history of photography. This edition responds to the crisis in photography education, manifested in declining enrollment over recent years, and engaged with the new educational term, a term coined by visual artist and educator Pablo Helguera, to describe the renewed interest in alternative and experimental pedagogical practices to propose radical teaching methods. According to the nonprofit organization Women's Photograph 2021 annual report on the representation of women and non-binary photographers in the photojournalism industry, 75% of photography students around the world are women. However, as I have identified, academic programs dedicated to women's photography history remain scarce. This observation is the starting point for the 2024 WOPHA Congress titled How Photography Teaches to Live Now, which confronts this women photography and pedagogies. The complexities of this theme were also announced in the Fast Forward Report 2022, Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion, published by the University for the Creative Arts research project Fast Forward Women in Photography. According to the report, and I quote, "There are often blockades to photographic and feminist education that prevent Black and brown women, those from less privileged socioeconomic backgrounds, and those who are neurodiverse or have a disability from accessing valuable skills and knowledge to help pursue a career in photography. Reading lists artist references in lectures, and artists who are thought within mainstream higher education are too often dominated by white, heteronormative, able-bodied men, close the quote. This led me to question the current state of photography education and the specific needs within the field. Who are the women who have played crucial roles as photography teachers, mentors, and educators? What have been their working conditions and contributions to the curriculum? What feminist pedagogies can be applied to the teaching of photography, and how do these impact the learning experience? Well, in planning and conceptualizing this edition, I searched for authors, scholars, and practitioners who have engaged with these issues across culturally and geographically diverse contexts. However, as we discussed yesterday at the Norton Museum of Art, there is still a lack of historiographical and critical resources on radical photography pedagogical projects. Faced with this challenge and unwritten history, I have proposed, or I have invited those authors and educators who could help shape a new decolonial and non-patriarchal photography curriculum. It is for this reason that our conversations over the next 2 days will encourage participation and experimentation. These discussions should be viewed as process rather than complete statements as we work together to build a different kind of curriculum. Building on the themes exploring our inaugural 2021 edition, we acknowledge that women in photography is a distinctive discipline and advocate for the integration of their narratives into new educational programs, affirming the importance of inclusivity and diversity in framing the future of photographic education. We seek to provide a participatory learning environment with dynamic modules, including photo works, portfolio reviews, as we experienced this morning, interactive lectures, special performances, and forum sessions, and have invited professors, curators, and artists whose work aligns with photographic, pedagogical, and feminist practices. We have curated the WOPHA Congress with accessibility in mind, seeking to engage photography through a diversity of sensory registers such as touch and sound, and aiming to expand the reach of the event beyond the traditional limits of the museum, to impact multiple audiences who interact with photography in their daily lives. Don't miss the listening room that on the second floor, curated by Concert Aware Podcast during lunchtime tomorrow, and the hands-on reading room featuring over 70 historical and contemporary photo books by women, co-curated by WOPHA in partnership with 10 by 10 photo books at the Miami-Dade Public Library. The WOPHA Congress celebrates women in photography, offering an unparalleled network for the international photography community and inspiring future generations through diverse radical pedagogies. This edition lays the foundation for the WOPHA Institute, a specialized institution focused on photographic practices, criticism, and historiography from the colonial and feminist perspectives. As the first of its kind, the WOPHA Institute will offer courses, conferences, and workshops led by experts, creating an academic program that challenges patriarchal norms and amplifies the voices of women and non-binary photographers. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sarah Meister, Executive Director at Aperture, following 25 years at the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA. At MoMA, Meister organized numerous acclaimed exhibitions and publications that provide new perspectives on beloved figures in photography history, played a central role in expanding the museum collection, and led several transformative educational initiatives. Welcome, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be a part of the WOPHA Congress with all of you. I really want to thank Aldede for the invitation to deliver this keynote, and to Deb Willis for the introduction to Aldede, as well as for her foundational scholarship. We couldn't be where we are today without that and the invitation. It should go without saying that women have played a central role in encouraging photography's impact on our understanding of history and the world around us. And it should go without saying that women have played a central role in photography's evolution as an art form. And yet, as we are gathered here, because we recognize that this is not yet widely accepted, I'm grateful for the opportunity to frame a few questions around photography and pedagogy from my own feminist perspective, anchored by my experience as a curator at MoMA and now as executive director of Aperture. It was 15 years ago when Eva Respini, Roxana Marcoch, and I organized Pictures by Women, A History of Modern Photography at MoMA. People marveled that one could tell a convincing history of photography without a single work made by a man. The histories of painting or sculpture or architecture were unimaginable without men. But for photography, that simply wasn't the case. Whether you attribute this to the absence of an academy, and thus a lower barrier to entry, or the domestic connotations that rendered photography a socially acceptable activity in the late 19th century, from the Kodak girl to today, women have carried the history of photography forward. I bristled when Jerry Saltz refused to count photographers in his tallies of the gender imbalance in MoMA's galleries, feeling that while his point was a fair one, by not considering photography, he was willfully exacerbating the issue, denying audiences a chance to consider why women were so central to the history of photography. And frankly, I was also irritated because this felt like a dismissal of the medium as a whole. Pictures by Women was part of a broader initiative led by a visionary donor who sought to change the status quo, in part through what she called the Modern Women's Fund that she and others had established at MoMA. This was precisely the sort of problem solving the art world needed. She began by asking us female curators at MoMA what we needed. Childcare? Free coffee? Slightly shocked by our own parochialism, we wanted to make acquisitions, publish books, and organize exhibitions. And we did. It may have been long overdue, but it was still very thrilling. Across departments, we made important acquisitions and organized ambitious exhibitions, but our efforts really coalesced in Modern Women. That 500-plus page book provided an opportunity for me to think about two key figures in the history of photography, Frances Benjamin Johnston and Gertrude Kasebier, and the ways in which their gender both constrained them and facilitated a transgression of the purportedly sacred boundaries between art and commerce that Alfred Stieglitz and his coterie had established. And while I'm somewhat proud of this essay, to be honest, I still regret the way in which I framed Stieglitz as central to this conversation. I personally wasn't yet capable of imagining a world in which he was sidelined. The wise Lauren Groff who wrote these words, which I feel acutely, quote, "In truth, all my published work exists on a spectrum of shame inside of me. I am no longer the person who wrote the words that made their way into the world. I have deepened as I've lived, and a writer is a person who, for better or worse, slowly develops her soul in public. Of course, the same is true for artists." My soul may not have been developed at that time, but what interested me then and now was the way in which Kasebier and Johnston transcended the boundaries between being professional, commercial artists and aesthetically driven amateurs at a time when few others could imagine combining such priorities. Studying these positions that they carved for themselves helped set the stage for attending to other artists and careers that were similarly overlooked or just difficult to categorize. In some ways, these were the first of the recuperative histories that would become the focus of my curatorial career. And in different ways, these recuperative histories are central to what we aspire to do at Aperture, too. In 2019, almost a decade after Pictures by Women, we had the opportunity to make Frances Benjamin Johnston's Hampton album widely available for the first time. The museum published 2 editions, a deluxe one, seen here on the right, that echoed the design of what Lincoln Kirstein, who gave it to the museum, affectionately described as, quote, a plump, anonymous, leather-bound album, old and scuffed, and a trade one, seen here on the left, that helped us share its content more affordably. What makes this work so rewarding is the conviction that these recuperative histories are essential not only to help us better understand the past, but to establish a foundation for the more equitable future that we all want to see. It's also a question of humility. The fact that you haven't heard of an artist is as likely to be an expression of the limitations of one's own life experience or the nature of the challenges they faced as it is a reflection of that artist's significance. So to study Johnson and her album was not only to participate in a canon expanding exercise, but to query the pedagogical limitations of, say, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had shown this work at the World's Fair in 1900, and to understand their lasting impact. We invited the artist and activist LaToya Ruby Frazier, who had been examining the injustices of the public education system in Georgia, to work with us to connect these historical issues with urgent contemporary concerns. Carrie Mae Weems had also activated Johnson's work in the late 1990s, encapsulating the creative form of her research in a book published by Aperture in 2001 and in a corresponding exhibition at the Williams College Museum of Art. And as an aside, I'm delighted to be working with Carrie on a major retrospective of her work that will open at the Gallery d'Italia in Turin in April 2025. So if you happen to live in Italy, please join us. Through the work of LaToya and Carrie, as well as through extensive archival research, we continued to make discoveries about this 100-year-old object. My colleague Jane Pierce deployed her persistence and her sharp eye for detail so that these artists and this object were the beneficiaries of scholarly attention that had so often been showered upon men. Through this work, we were able to consider not only racial and pedagogical biases, but also gendered ones, picking up on many of the threads explored in Modern Women. Johnston was a queer photographer at a time in which such references were often coded. Both her business card, seen here on the right, which interestingly highlights her talents as a photographer and a writer, and a contemporary illustrated portrait on the left present her comme il faut, or as one should. Although this trio of portraits suggests she also enjoyed defying these norms, whether dressed as a man with a bicycle, itself a symbol of independence, or in her studio with her skirt hiked up, a beer stein in one hand and a cigarette in the other, or perhaps with a knowing look by a fountain in Italy where the inscription on the wall reads, "It is forbidden to dirty the water in any way." I have an instinctive preference for anchoring an approach to big questions in the achievement of an individual practitioner. Somehow I feel it keeps me honest and protects against sweeping generalizations that can suppress critical reflection. And surely it works as a counterbalance to the mountains of available scholarship on dead white men. Yet, as Saidiya Hartman has shown, perhaps most persuasively through Wayward Lives' beautiful experiments, sometimes we need to make peace with what we cannot know, and to distrust the most concrete facts, and to commit to building these absent histories through available artifacts, however mute they might appear at first. Thank you as well to Tina Kampt. Ambitious contextual histories can look beyond individual achievements. They can probe lacunae with the conviction that asking the right questions is more important than knowing the answers, although it was many years into my own curatorial practice before I felt ready to attempt to construct one. One important step in that direction was this exhibition, Making Space, Women Artists and Post-War Abstraction, with work in all media, including paintings, textiles, and sculpture, all drawn from MoMA's collection, which I organized with my colleague Star Figura, a brilliant curator in the Department of Drawing and Prints. On the left, you'll see 4 of the 10 images we had recently acquired by Gertrudis Altschul, one of which would grace the cover of my last book at MoMA, which I'll turn to in a moment. So in this brief keynote, I'm attempting to open a window into the network of ideas and influences that have shaped my understanding of photography and its potential through a handful of projects that I've had the pleasure to develop. But Aldede also asked me to reflect on the role of mentorship, which she sees, rightly, as essential to how people have learned about and through photography. I nodded to this when I mentioned Deb Willis at the start. There are few of us for whom her work has been less than transformational, and it feels as if she has mentored half the field. But I also want to mention these 2 APAD panels that I organized in 2018 and 2019, which were each as important to my conception of the field as the deepest archival research. I'm grateful to the writer Alex Greenberger from Art News, who wrote about the 2018 panel. You can Google it if you're curious. And it's a reminder of the importance of art journalism, which we should all support. Thanks to Alex, 6 years later, anyone, anywhere with internet access can have a sense of what it was like to be there for that thrilling conversation. My final project at MoMA explored a fascinating moment that was largely unknown outside of Brazil, due, at least in part, to the twinned biases against the amateur and the so-called periphery that led to these exclusions. Photoclubismo explored the unforgettable creative achievements of a group of amateur photographers whose ambition and innovation embodied the abundant originality of post-war Brazil. Although their work was heralded around the world in the 1950s, even featured at MoMA and acquired for the museum collection, it subsequently faded from view. Photography was a hobby for most Fotocine Club Bandeirantes members, FCCB. On weekdays, group members, many of whom were women, went to their jobs as accountants, engineers, and bankers. They were nonetheless quite serious about their artistic ambition, not unlike millions on Instagram today. Marvelously, Aperture had a lot to say about amateurs in 1952, the heyday of the FCCB and the year in which we were founded as a quarterly magazine. In the first issue, the editors declared that they drew no editorial boundaries between professional and amateur, pictorialist and documentarian, journalist and scholar. An admirably big tent, no? They described their goal to communicate with what they described as serious photographers and creative people everywhere, whether professional, amateur, or student. And yes, I'm sure when I was interviewing for the job I have now, I was the only one who could recite these early editorial notes by heart. It also pleased me to no end when I was doing the research for Photoclubismo, long before I knew I'd be leaving the museum and coming to Aperture, that Michael Famaghetti, the editor-in-chief, asked me to contribute an article about this group of amateur photographers from Mexico City for the Mexico City issue of the magazine. All credit to him for the title Members Only, which I thought was pretty genius. Last week, I had the privilege of doing a talk with Susan Meiselas in anticipation of this Congress, and we both enjoyed the opportunity to reflect on the aperture issues for which she had been the guest editor or similarly instrumental in their content. It's these points of collaboration, these networks, these opportunities to imagine books, magazines, and online courses as their own forms of pedagogical tools that make the educational focus of this conference such a valuable one. I'll always love exhibitions, but the truth is they're ephemeral, and they reinforce the privileges of living in the often major cities in which they are shown. Aperture Magazine has always been an incubator for ideas, providing insight into artists' worldviews. This summer, we launched a design refresh with 3 different covers. And this fall, we invited Dina Lawson to be a guest editor for an issue unlike any other. So unlike that as it was unfolding, Michael Famaghetti felt it was appropriate to warn me what was coming, and we're both thrilled. So while there's much more I'd love to discuss with you today, from Dorothea Lange to Ming Smith to Corinne Simpson and more, I know there are many more important panels and discussions ahead, and I trust we'll find ways, both formally and informally, to continue the conversation. For now, I'll conclude by restating the value of recuperative histories and caring for the archives that support them. It's worth asking, again and again, what does the field need most? To my mind, access to the ideas and achievements of one's predecessors is at the top of the list, expanding the context in which artists can see themselves and the lens through which the rest of us see the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And now I would like to introduce to Andrea Jösch Krotki. She is the director of Escuela de Arte en la Universidad Diego Portales in Chile. She holds a Master in Cultural Management from Universidad de Chile. She is the founder and editor of Sueño de la Razón, a South American photography magazine, and a member of the Sud Fotografía Foundation, which carry out the research and publication of Una Revisión al Fotolibro Chileno. She was editor of Diagrama and director of Master Investigación Creación. For 25 years, she has taught in universities and informal settings, led workshops, and participated in Latin American colloquiums and biennials, while also working on editing and curatorial projects in contemporary art. Welcome, Andrea, and she's going to present in Spanish. So if you don't understand, there is the equipment in the, I think it's in the outside the auditorium. And well, welcome. Thank you so much.
Aquí para adelante. Y para atrás. No, gracias. Hola, muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos, a todes. Primero que nada, gracias por la invitación, a todo el equipo de WOPHA y al museo por acogernos acá hoy. Voy a ver si voy a leer la presentación que hice, porque normalmente hablo mucho y cuando no escribo puedo estar 3 o 4 horas hablando, y me enfoqué mucho en el espacio de la invitación y en el tema de la pedagogía. Así que voy a empezar. A ver si puedo. Ahí estamos. Ahora sí. Por una pedagogía de las miradas, las visualidades y los imaginarios. La investigación a partir de las prácticas artísticas nos plantean interrogantes clave. ¿Cómo el territorio que habitamos influye en la construcción simbólica de las imágenes que creamos? ¿Cuál es el rol crítico de la fotografía en la formación de identidades y cómo contribuye a la estandarización social? ¿Este medio documenta la realidad, la desafía o la transforma? ¿De qué manera podemos aprovechar este potencial crítico de las representaciones visuales para cuestionar y modificar las percepciones culturales establecidas? A medida que las sociedades se entienden y se comunican mediante imágenes, la fotografía emerge como una poderosa herramienta de cambio social. Su interacción con los medios contemporáneos ha originado nuevas dinámicas en la construcción de sentidos territoriales y comunitarios. Sin embargo, no debemos olvidar que desde su invención a mediados del siglo XIX, las imágenes técnicas han sido utilizadas por diversas disciplinas, proyectos ideológicos y configuraciones estéticas que han moldeado nuestras formas de ver, pensar y habitar el mundo, influyendo profundamente en nuestras prácticas culturales, educativas y políticas. En este sentido, resulta cada vez más urgente explorar el papel de las imágenes y los imaginarios en la configuración de nuestras experiencias cotidianas y cómo pueden contribuir al cambio social, transformando las maneras en que las comunidades se perciben a sí mismas y a los demás. Este congreso, bajo el título «Cómo la fotografía nos enseña a vivir hoy», nos invita a reflexionar desde la pedagogía y la cultura visual sobre cómo, a través de las imágenes, podemos aprender a convivir y colaborar en un mundo complejo y al mismo tiempo nos desafía a construir una nueva historiografía de las fotografías. Esta reflexión aborda parte de sus usos como sus abusos, a partir de la diversidad de narrativas históricas, territoriales y en la crítica desde y con las imágenes. Definir de manera rígida qué significa una pedagogía visual sería poco productivo si solo se aborda desde la teoría de la imagen. Estamos hablando de un campo diverso y complejo, una especie de metadisciplina que se entrelaza con gran parte de lo que hacemos. Me acercaré al tema desde la reflexión que surge desde las prácticas artísticas y documentales situadas en el contexto latinoamericano y más específicamente desde la docencia e investigación curatorial tanto formal como informal. Entiendo que abordar esto no debe limitarse a los estudios universitarios ni al ámbito del arte contemporáneo. Debería pensarse desde la educación formal, comenzando con las infancias y las adolescencias. La visualidad, en su sentido más amplio, es el principal medio con el que nos comunicamos. Además, las imágenes han moldeado nuestra percepción de la historia, las noticias, las cotidianidades, y a menudo determinan cómo nos adaptamos a un pasado inmóvil, o que parece inmóvil, y a un presente dominado por el consumo, el capitalismo y el extractivismo. Aprender a leer y a interpretar sus contextos ideológicos, el de las imágenes históricos, así como su condición subjetiva, nos permitiría comprender el mundo más críticamente y habitándolo más allá solo de las apariencias y del espectáculo. No ha habido un debate serio en los programas pedagógicos sobre cómo reflexionar sobre la producción y circulación de las imágenes, al menos en mi país. Tampoco sobre cómo el mal uso de las fotografías ha variado el curso de las micro y macrohistorias. En la práctica docente diaria observo cómo se las aborda como relatos aprendidos y mediados por redes sociales, noticiarios o publicaciones disciplinares. Basta ver las fotoilustraciones que aparecen en los libros de historia, geografía o biología del colegio para dar algunos ejemplos. Podríamos llamarlas imágenes léxicos, imágenes que insensibilizan la mirada a partir de algoritmos que limitan el encuentro inesperado y la lectura compartida. Por un lado, las prácticas artísticas narrativas y críticas, cargadas de sensibilidad y singularidad, son fundamentales para proponer nuevas preguntas. Muchas mujeres aquí presentes dedican su trabajo a abrir espacios de interrogación a través de propuestas que involucran las imágenes y su capacidad de modificar nuevas relaciones íntimas y sociales. Sin embargo, nuestras representaciones siguen marcadas por una colonialidad interna profundamente arraigada, siguiendo a Rivera Cusicanqui, arraigada hasta la médula en las formas que tenemos de mirar y luego aprender lo que nos rodea. Me pregunto entonces cómo generar nuevas narrativas en los espacios educativos, sociales y comunitarios, sin cargar con los sesgos históricos que cargan las imágenes y las políticas educativas. ¿Qué debemos desaprender para mirar críticamente el universo visual que nos rodea? ¿Cómo elaboramos nuestras nuevas perspectivas que desafíen el ocularcentrismo y rompan con los cánones impuestos? ¿Cómo poner en el centro de la acción los procesos, las experiencias, los hallazgos, las preguntas por sobre los resultados, tanto en los procesos de enseñanza-aprendizaje como en las prácticas artísticas y también en los espacios culturales y museales, sin duda? Recientemente la poeta Elvira Hernández, al recibir el Premio Nacional de Literatura en Chile, dijo: «La poesía no niega la realidad, pero le da un plus de sentido que permite observarla mejor». Esta frase me hace pensar en que el arte, con cierto propósito político y social, al escarbar en la vida misma, genera espacios de apertura que dialogan en el encuentro con públicos diversos sobre aquello que suele quedar silenciado, omitido o borrado por la historia, la política o el poder. Siguiendo a Luis Kamnitzer, lo cultural está atravesado por el territorio, por la educación, por la procedencia, por la memoria colectiva, por la memoria individual, por las clases sociales. Siempre es situado. Entonces, si hablamos temas que eventualmente cruzan de manera más general a todas, a todos, a todes, debemos tener cuidado de no generalizar demasiado, pues caemos en el peligro de no hablar de nada. Existe una creencia globalizada de que las imágenes son evidencias objetivas de aquello que queremos o deseamos ver, cuando en realidad, como han señalado en diversas épocas, Sontag, Cusicanqui, Krauss, Soto, Giunta, Donoso Macaya, entre muchas más, son solo fragmentos de mundo. Algunas veces sus usos han sido dañinos, otras nos han permitido habitar espacios de acción colectiva. En su obra América Imaginaria, Miguel Rojas Mix analiza cómo los europeos vieron América a través de imágenes, una investigación que inicia en los años 60 y que abarca desde el siglo XIV al XX, incluyendo grabados, ilustraciones, cartografías y fotografías, comentando que lo extraño era representado como monstruoso, y cito a Rojas Mix: «Enumerar monstruos no le interesa por lo pintoresco, sino por lo emblemático, porque son la expresión del pecado de ser lo otro. Si el nombre se aplica al ente cuyas costumbres o cuya morfología se aparta de nuestras normas estéticas o éticas, aplicado al hombre toma el sentido de extraño, de extranjero. Los monstruos forman parte así de una información general sobre lo extraño. Proporcionada por escritores y cartógrafos, introducen el exotismo y simbolizan el paganismo. Darles muerte, entonces, era un deber, pues implicaba servir a Dios y al derecho. Como el hombre había sido creado a su imagen y semejanza, todo lo que se apartaba del modelo no podía ser sino deforme». Cierra la cita. Esto me lleva a pensar a qué imagen y semejanza nos referimos hoy día en la actualidad. Pareciera ser una visión única y dominante. Parece que esa visión única y dominante sigue vigente, exponiéndose constantemente, tal como lo señala Chimamanda Adichie al advertirnos del peligro de una historia única que perpetúa categorías según raza o género. Esas son unas imágenes, la de allá, de José Domingo Lazo, fotógrafo ecuatoriano del principio del siglo XX. Esa imagen y semejanza también llegó a nuestro continente latinoamericano. Esas manchas que están ahí son desapariciones de las placas de vidrio de indios y gente pobre, porque se tenía que mostrar la modernidad de esa manera. Y ese es un letrero que estuvo en todas las calles de España el 12 de octubre por la asociación, una campaña de la hispanidad por la Asociación Cristiana, y se las dejo ahí. Ale Trabuco, escritora chilena, a propósito del genocidio de Israel contra el pueblo palestino, escribió en un artículo reciente, la cito: «Si hoy se cree y se aprende a través de la imagen, y no solo eso, sino que en la imagen se juega el lugar que se le otorga al otro, entonces ciertas imágenes y palabras como las del muro alzado por Israel, las de los campos de refugiados en condiciones infrahumanas, las de los checkpoints que selectivamente impiden el paso de los árabes, y en el campo del lenguaje las declaraciones de Netanyahu y varios de sus ministros, que han calificado una y otra vez a los palestinos como animales, anteceden o prefiguran esta masacre. Y eso inevitablemente nos fuerza a repensar el poder de la representación en un mundo donde el límite entre lo real y lo virtual se ha desvanecido». Trabuco, en el mismo artículo, interroga las imágenes en tanto si son capaces de hacer cesar o también son propensas a normalizar el sufrimiento como herramienta pedagógica. Susan Sontag, ante el dolor de los demás, años antes nos dice que, cita, la exhibición fotográfica de las crueldades infligidas a los individuos de piel más oscura en países exóticos continúa con esa ofrenda, olvidando las consideraciones que nos disuaden de semejante presentación de nuestras propias víctimas de la violencia. Pues al otro, incluso cuando no es un enemigo, se le tiene por alguien que ha de ser visto, no alguien como nosotros que también ve. En los momentos ultraconservadores que estamos afrontando en esta época, esta frase de Sontag me toca, pensar en el poder de las imágenes y de si son capaces de cambiar el rumbo de los acontecimientos termina siendo un problema que atañe no a las imágenes, sino a la discusión con las imágenes, a un acontecer político y ético del cual debemos hacernos cargo. Las imágenes no son ingenuas, nunca lo han sido, tampoco la manera que tenemos de dialogar con ellas, de hacerlas aparecer, de utilizarlas. Diana Taylor lo dice de esta manera. Cito, la dominación cultural por definición, por reclamos de originalidad y autenticidad, ha funcionado en colaboración con la supremacía económica y militar. Se recita, ¿qué hacer? Una posibilidad de transformación podría ser lo que Rivera Cusicanqui dice en su libro Un mundo chixi es posible. Sería necesario retomar una epistemología en la que los seres animados o inanimados son sujetos, tan sujetos como los humanos, aunque sujetos de muy otra naturaleza. Hay algo que distingue a lo indio de lo que no lo es, algo que distingue a la epistemología de los mundos alternos al capitalismo y al antropocentrismo del mundo noratlántico. Tenemos que pensar en una episteme que reconozca la condición del sujeto a lo que comúnmente se llaman objetos, ya sean plantas, animales o entidades materiales inconmensurables, como las estrellas. Por eso, la idea del poder destituyente me resulta atractiva. Es una suerte de idea menor o teoría de baja intensidad que puede ayudarnos a salir del impasse y de la vacuidad de las palabras mágicas. Le sumo las imágenes mágicas, que se cuidan de toda incertidumbre y eluden cualquier cuestionamiento. Es importante salirse de las imágenes léxico, de la vacuidad de las palabras, al menos de aquellas que representan ideologías sesgadas, bellezas empaquetadas, costumbres impuestas. Pues siempre, cuando las cosas empiezan a aparecer en demasía, debemos tener cuidado. Algo que necesitamos con urgencia es contar y diseminar las múltiples historias que entretejen la complejidad de nuestra existencia. En 2009, junto con un grupo de editoras y editores sudamericanos, iniciamos una revista autogestionada llamada Sueño la Razón. A lo largo de sus 14 años, buscamos aprender de lo que sucedía en la región, pues nos desconocíamos entre nosotros. Si bien sus números representan una visión acotada y subjetiva, su existencia fue posible gracias al cariño y afecto mutuo de quienes la creamos. La línea editorial fue clara. Todos los temas se abordarían considerando tanto los tiempos históricos de las propuestas materiales, fotografías históricas, archivos, narrativas contemporáneas, como la diversidad de perspectivas que al leerse en su conjunto nos abrían la posibilidad de una lectura crítica sobre la complejidad cultural y las contradicciones de nuestras historias sociales, culturales y políticas. Un espacio que interroga la temporalidad de lo registrado, posibilitando entender los vínculos y las reverberaciones que todo acontecer tiene con el pasado, el presente y el futuro. En uno de sus números dedicado a lucha y poder, exploramos múltiples puntos, desde fotografías utilizadas por los estados como propaganda hasta el trabajo cooperativo entre comunidades, desde los exilios hasta la resignificación de los archivos de la prensa roja. Como ejemplo, en ese número vinculamos el trabajo Los Héroes del Brillo de Federico Stoli y el Sindicato de Lustrabotas de La Paz, Bolivia, con el trabajo realizado por su cooperativa de fotógrafos en Buenos Aires, diciembre de 2001. Un libro de historia, se podría decir, que sigue resonando hoy más fuerte que nunca en Argentina. Días y noches eternas de Ana María Révaro, un trabajo sobre mujeres recluidas en detención preventiva en Venezuela, y el trabajo de Cintia Santos Briones, que retrata a las abuelas mexicanas indocumentadas que trabajan para sacar adelante a sus familias, mientras Sahara Gómez, en Tesoros, documenta paisajes forenses, como los nombra Ángeles Donoso en su texto, que hablan sobre la violencia de las desapariciones. Un trabajo de Fernando Bansi nos lleva a resignificar registros de personas datadas en 1869 de descendencia u origen africano en el Brasil, mientras Un negro es un negro es una obra sobre las pelucas portadoras del artista Liliana Angulo. o pasamos a los archivos del terror de la dictadura sudamericana en Paraguay, indagados por Paz Encina. Releyendo y reviendo los 11 números de la revista, que sin duda están descargables siempre gratuitamente, con cierta distancia podría pensarla hoy también como una práctica pedagógica, que aporta a ampliar la mirada histórica sobre acontecimientos en nuestra región, y haciéndose una cartografía compleja compuesta por una diversidad de relatos. Otro ejemplo reciente sobre activaciones pedagógicas fue el segundo Festival de Fotografía de Montevideo, MUF, donde realicé la curatoría junto a un grupo excepcional de personas. Este espacio es generado por el Centro de Fotografía de Montevideo, que dura 2 años, tiene 4 plataformas simultáneas y trabaja de manera directa con aproximadamente 100 personas, incentiva la experimentación y el diálogo a partir de laboratorios de creación con artistas, fotógrafos de América Latina, vecinas y vecinos de los barrios de Montevideo y jóvenes curadores residentes en Uruguay. Y también tiene un área pedagógica que en esta oportunidad la realizamos junto a Mónica Hoff y Luis Kamnitzer. En este proceso se volvió aún más fuerte el entender la relevancia de la escucha y de las preguntas que surgían en las conversaciones colectivas. ¿Quiénes somos? ¿Quiénes queremos ser? Fueron las preguntas iniciales que nos abrieron un espacio de reflexión que se inició con el tiempo del estallido social chileno y atravesó la pandemia. Y estas otras preguntas fueron preguntas que generamos colectivamente durante estos 2 años. Aquí les voy a leer algunas. ¿Cómo descolonizamos nuestras formas de abordar nuestros trabajos? ¿Cómo desaprendemos las visiones limitadas del mundo con las cuales hemos crecido y estudiado? ¿A dónde vamos? ¿Qué nos ocupa? ¿Qué es el silencio? ¿Dónde nos imaginamos? ¿Por qué luchamos? ¿En qué creemos? ¿Cuál es nuestro tiempo? ¿Dónde está lo común? ¿Cómo construimos lo común? ¿Qué es lo que trasciende? ¿Qué es lo que envuelve el tiempo? ¿Qué lugar ocupa el entusiasmo en nuestras historias de luchas? ¿Qué materialidades manifiestan lo utópico? ¿Nos volvimos imagen o es posible volverse nuevamente uno mismo? ¿Qué determina lo que es real y lo que no es real? ¿Qué pasa si más que un importante dispositivo de aprendizaje empezáramos a comprender el arte como una poderosa herramienta para desaprender? ¿Qué sentido tiene la magia si vivimos en un mundo virtual? ¿Cómo pensar las políticas de la intimidad cuando la intimidad como política se vuelve la norma social? Si el problema no está en las imágenes, sino en las palabras creadas para representar estas imágenes, ¿qué palabras no estamos creando? Por otra parte, si el problema no está solamente en las palabras, sino también en las imágenes creadas por estas palabras, ¿qué imágenes queremos producir de modo de cambiar las palabras? Muchas de estas interrogantes y muchas más fueron las que trazaron el vínculo entre las diversas plataformas de este encuentro y logramos finalmente colocar de manera permanente esa frase, compartiendo las miradas, aprendemos a mirar, en la fachada del lugar. Y tengo más atrás. Veo el reloj y estoy casi. En la Escuela de Arte de la universidad en la que trabajo, creamos en 2023 un grupo transdisciplinario desde múltiples disciplinas. Desde la Escuela de Arte invitamos académicas y académicos de neurociencia, de poesía, de astronomía y de programación, buscando reflexionar sobre temas que nos convocaban. El año pasado, como fue la memoria política del golpe de Estado en Chile, con el contexto de la conmemoración de los 50 años. Esa imagen de las estrellas que ven ahí fue tomada el 11 de septiembre del año pasado, a 50 años. Estas discusiones transdisciplinarias han demostrado que el campo de las imágenes y las prácticas artísticas tienen mucho que aportar desde una mirada disruptiva y sensible, una suerte de indisciplina, hacia las otras disciplinas que alberga nuestra universidad. Esto ha sido un paso concreto hacia la construcción de un espacio académico colaborativo, donde es posible abrir otros campos de conocimiento incorporando otros saberes, La forma que encontramos para dar cuenta de esta apertura crítica y rizomática es la de la generación de diagramas expansivos, cada uno dura 15 minutos y que aquí era imposible mostrarlos. Diagramas expansivos y en movimiento, entendiendo vínculos que pueden cohabitar para insistir en la circularidad de la historia y de las formas de abordaje de estos temas, como por ejemplo si unimos y bordamos el tiempo Unix con el tiempo ancestral, con el tiempo astronómico, nos permiten hablar sobre la memoria política desde otro lugar. La creación artística no busca representar el mundo tal como es, sino propone nuevos mundos, al menos los esboza. Si bien la fotografía documental mantiene un vínculo con la realidad representada, lo cual sigue siendo uno de sus importantes valores, no hay que olvidar que en el siglo XIX la fotografía surgió paralelamente al desarrollo de disciplinas como la historia, la antropología y la psiquiatría, donde las imágenes fueron utilizadas para representar ideologías y propuestas políticas. No obstante, es crucial diferenciar entre la representación repetitiva de imágenes y las prácticas sensibles que eventualmente pueden movilizarnos a la acción. Cada vez que reflexiono sobre estos temas, algo cambia en mí, pues los diálogos que se abren permiten expandir y desaprender en el camino. He tenido la fortuna de transitar en la academia y en espacios educativos informales, en un proceso siempre colaborativo. Uno de esos encuentros significativos fue la residencia que realizamos el año pasado en la Amazonía boliviana en Rurrenabaque, donde participé gracias a la invitación de Gisela Bolá, directora del programa de encuentros de colectivos, donde se realizó esta puesta en común y coral sobre éticas en las prácticas narrativas, que se los voy a mandar porque no lo voy a leer, estoy en el tiempo, pero es un manifiesto que la idea es que pueda funcionar para todas y todes. Descolonizar la mirada, desaprender los relatos que limitan nuestra comprensión del mundo, y fomentar una pedagogía activa son pasos esenciales para construir nuevas narrativas que nos permitan meditar conscientemente. Esta es una tarea que no solo pertenece a las instituciones educativas, a los museos, a las instituciones artísticas, sino que nos pertenece a todas y todos. En definitiva, repensar nuestras prácticas pedagógicas, curatoriales y artísticas es una decisión política, siempre es político. De cómo queremos mirar, de cómo queremos aprender, de cómo a través de las imágenes podemos imaginar un futuro más inclusivo y equitativo. Muchas gracias.
Well, we are going to have a 5-minute break now that will be facilitated by Gina Tolón. And as part of the conceptualization of this program, as I have been mentioning, there will be a lot of experimentation, a lot of interdisciplinarity. So we have Gina here who will guide this meditation session that we are going to have for 5 minutes to relax, decompress, have a little bit of movement, and then come back for the rest of the program in 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gina Tolong. I'm a holistic health, wellness, fitness, and mindset coach, and mindful meditation and yoga coach as well. I have been coaching for the past 10 years, and breath is literally the easiest way for you to find peace in your day. So many times we find ourselves overwhelmed by all of the different stressors that are coming on to us on a daily basis, and so many times we close our eyes and we can't seem to rest because we're constantly thinking of everything that already happened or everything that's coming up. So in this moment, I want to invite you guys to allow yourselves to be present through this meditation, and if any thoughts come to mind, just bring yourself back to this moment. So we'll begin by closing our eyes, placing your hands on your thighs, opened up towards the sky, ready to receive all of the blessings that are available to you in this moment. Relaxing all of the muscles on your face, your cheeks, your jawline, letting go of the tension in your shoulders, in your arms, thighs, all the way down to the balls of your feet and your toes. Beginning to take full diaphragmatic inhales and exhales through your nose. With every breath, you begin to fill your lungs up with peace, love, happiness, success, abundance. Anything that you could possibly need in this moment, take it in with that breath in your body. With every exhale, you release and let go of any worries, any doubts, any anxieties, any fears, anything that has been weighing on you. Let it go. Lighten up the load. With every breath, you begin to affirm, I am divinely guided and protected. I am valued and appreciated. I am needed. All of my ideas are divinely guided and inspired. Everything works out for my greatest good. I release with love and I receive with love. I am exactly where I am supposed to be at in every moment. I trust my choices. I make great choices. Continuing to focus on your breath, resisting the urges to move, beginning to fill yourself up with gratitude for your talents, for your gifts, for this moment, for the ability to create, share, express dearly all of the manifestations that have been placed in your heart. Filling yourself up with gratitude for living answered prayers and things that you once desired and wished for. Grateful for your body, the way that it sustains you and carries you through the day. No matter what we put it through, it's always there. Continuing to focus on your breath, resisting the urges to move. Allowing yourself to set an intention for whatever it is that you desire. Everything that you wish is available to you. And when you're ready, you'll begin to gently wiggle your fingers and toes and bring yourself back. Thank you.
Giving a fitness class on Saturday at the JW Marriott Miami next to the pool. So you are welcome to join us. And now we are going to continue with a recorded conversation by artists Sofia Cordova and Carmen Winant, who couldn't join us today. But the title of this conversation is Time Travel, World Building, and the Art of Friendship. So please, thank you.
Hello, I'm Carmen Winant. I am an artist, a sometimes writer. I live in Columbus, Ohio, and I teach at Ohio State University.
Hi, and I am Sofia Cordova. I too am an artist, and I am currently based in Puerto Rico.
The title of our talk and conversation today is Time Travel, World Building, and of Friendship.
And we landed on these three questions as sort of central to what we wanted to achieve. So I will read them out loud. In what ways has political imagination long been at the center of both of our practices? How does our variable relationship to time inform that imagination? And lastly, in what ways has friendship itself served as a generative force? So when gathering images for this presentation, I wanted to really dig all the way back to work that I was producing back studios next to each other in grad school. So here I am sharing some work from all the way back in 2010. This is from a series called Baby Remember My Name, which is ultimately an installation that sort of surrounded a performance and music suite, which was sort of my first entree into that. But the reason I'm sort of foregrounding the images is that even in my performance making, even in my music making, even in my video and film work, photography and thinking truly about our relationship to photography is at the heart of my production. I can't escape images, and there's something interesting about, or I think it's interesting about the way that I still produce in a way that still really is beholden to the still. And so with this series, I was mining my own familial archive to really think about kind of the construction of the family myth that we all sort of live with and how that begins in the family album. So this is me at my baptism, but I've erased all the features from my face to sort of allow this kind of baby creature to become a receptacle for a multitude of stories. From that work, once I started feeling that, okay, I've sort of mined that and it felt indeed a little bit perhaps too subjective, I wanted to kind of open up the way that I was thinking about images and the way that they quite literally control us through our kind of daily lives. And the work that I landed on is, again, a larger suite of performance and video that really thinks about the future as a site for liberatory processes. But it was really central to me, especially as I was reading a lot of science fiction and thinking about the notion of world building as the work that you do behind the scenes to make a particular universe credible. I was really thinking about the role of images in that. And so in that series, there is a suite of images called The Kingdom Is Me, which are these sort of, I think of them as redactions of often magazine and newspaper images that I sort of imagine myself, not as myself, the artist, but as a character, redacting these images to create a language or a landscape that better serves this future that we're living in. So in the next slide, I believe you can see a little bit of how they start to work in concert. So I think of them as a map, and I often think of them too as divinatory. I think of them in a sense as cartomancy, right? There are these sort of images that have been reduced to a very limited set of recognizable and sometimes unrecognizable imagery that, to me, catalogs what's left. For me, the interest in the future and sort of thinking about art as a site for a form of time travel isn't necessarily to depict a linear progression, but rather to suggest that these timelines are actually kind of constantly collapsing on top of one another. And so this is a series called Sin Agua, which is a 3-channel video that I produced right after the passing of Hurricane Maria here in Puerto Rico, but I was in residency in Phoenix, Arizona. And something that was very kind of present for me at the time was the notion of the desert as a place that, as a very tropical person, was really difficult for me physically. And so thinking about the hurricane as this wet, windy calamity and the subsequent calamity, human-made calamity of it all, there was something to me about the kind of desiccation that I was experiencing in the desert that proved to be a really intense tension that put me in a very different kind of space of making. So I was sort of feeling those very kind of heightened states of emotion and also in residency within a university. And so I was trying to kind of find a place for those two things to merge. And one of the sites that became really important to me was the herbarium at ASU. And so these are collections of plants, some of them which range back 100, 150 years, and some of which do not exist in the land anymore because of, again, human-made catastrophes. So these are plants that used to thrive there, that used to prove me wrong in the sense of there is life to be made in the desert. It just requires a different kind of adaptation. And now they're no longer there. So something I think about really intensely with this work is, what does it mean for the archive to be the last sort of living repository of something that no longer exists with us in the landscape? Then I was also sort of ping-ponging it right back to the landscape that exists in the current moment, because there's also the importance of acknowledging that space. And so this is shot in Papago Park, which is a very highly frequented park in the middle of Phoenix, but it has a really important history for the indigenous people of the land, the O'odham, Tohono O'odham. And so I'm sort of looking away from this very important cave, which used to tell the times of the year. But I was also thinking about image making itself. So here at the bottom, which you've probably already clocked, is a little Susan Sontag for you, right? Thinking about the making of a certain kind of imagery, and even now how it's sort of hard to escape the desire to make that kind of image, sort of adding to this archive of existing sunsets, and how there's still the seduction to make that happen. And so I think in that way, my own image making starts to kind of contribute to this archive, and hopefully also trouble the notion of what it is to say that this is an archive and this isn't. In a totally different body of work. So the title, If No Clouds Then Stars and Then the Cosmos, comes from thinking about, again, time telling itself. I was really interested in the way that indigenous populations in the region were looking to the sky, to the stars, to tell time. And so some of the archives I looked at were, there was a group called the High Tech Gaze. They made an anti-discrimination suit against the United States government because they weren't allowed certain defense jobs, but these defense jobs were at Lockheed Martin. So I was really interested in the tension there too, right? As an oppressed group, to want to so badly work at a factory that was creating bombs, quite literally. Then on the other side of town, there was the Billy DeFrank Center for LGBTQ folks. And that was a really different world of Black and Brown folks. And this is where this image comes from, who were fighting oppression in the city on a very different scale, right? So the High Tech Gays had access to power because of their socioeconomic status. And then the Billy DeFrank Center was over here doing really different on the ground work. And yet they would support each other through a sharing of network and spaces, and often parties that seemed quite dazzling and amazing. And for me, there was also like a really interesting form of world building and organizing and collectivity that was happening across that really wide span of experience. And this is a work that I am currently working on. It has many legs, many still to kind of grow out of it. But I wanted to sort of finish here. I'm going to share a little bit about the series. It's called Guillotine Wanna Cry. And instead of being numerically organized, it is color coded. And the reason for that is I wanted to kind of think again through the archive, yes, as we can see with these images, but think about how archival storytelling is often beholden again to a linear formation of time, and often our experience of history, whether it's our own or our collective one, often doesn't follow that sort of logic. And so for me, working with color allows for what I think of as a more synesthetic relationship to time, one that can be activated by a different sort of sensorial approach to history that I find really exciting. The series itself is thinking about revolution, thinking, yes, about revolution as it has existed in the past, but also chiefly how it might exist for us in the present and in the future.
When we were talking about these sort of relative ideas, around friendship, around world building, as I said, particularly around time, I thought initially like, oh, maybe we could segment and sort of categorize our work to present it, and, sort of relative to those, whatever kind of category blocks. And ultimately that was impossible because all of the works, at least at their best, did all of those things. And so, if anything, I hope that in conversation we'll sort of circle around to the way that happens, or that for folks who are watching and listening, that those kinds of connections can be sort of teased out in one individual work, or sort of, relative to our practices. So I was really guided sort of in making these selections to thinking about this question, as Sophia put it so nicely, to time travel, to sort of how we tell time through work, but also how work has the sort of potential itself to like propel us forward and backward, right? How elastic it can be sort of relative to linear time. And so I wanted to start with this work, which is a recent work called My Mother and I, for a show in FOMU, which is a photo museum in Antwerp. They were organizing a show around the influence of Chantal Akerman, whose writings, really more than films, have been very meaningful to me, particularly how she identified as a daughter throughout her life, right? Beyond, being a sort of a child or even an adolescent. And so for this work, I took my mother's stills relative to what Sophia was talking about. Sort of, I wrote down being beholden to the still, something that I certainly also identify with. My mother and her friend Judy had driven across the country at age 18, leaving relatively patriarchal homes in the late 60s in Los Angeles and driving to Niagara Falls as a kind of their first, sort of nascent taste of independence as young women sort of in the late 60s in the United States, and made a series of Super 8 films along the way. And so these are stills from those films, and I sort of intermix them with my own photographs driving cross country at the same age in the opposite direction, from Philadelphia, where I grew up, to Los Angeles, where my mother had started, incidentally, where I was going to college at UCLA. So here you can see a detail of that work. This is actually sort of my mother with the dark hair, the dark ponytail in the top row, and then underneath that are photographs that I made of a street lamp at night, I believe in Iowa City. There's quite a lot of images from Niagara Falls, which is their most heavily photographed scene, as you might imagine. And, to Sophia's point earlier around like how we are both, again, as I said, sort of beholden to the still, and this kind of like how we're both anchored in photography really deep down, and at the end of the day is something that I think also really connects our practices, but like connects us as sort of human beings. That's such a kind of a literacy in the world. It's such a kind of a language and a way to operate. And despite all of our weirdness, our sort of unlikely material approaches and strategies, that sort of remains like something sort of really deep and soulful for both of us. Moving back to 2019, I have a few images to share from a project that I did in Canada, and it was a billboard project. I made 26 billboards, and each one of them drew on archival protest imagery. It draws from a number of archives, sort of cropping into and sort of removing context from the larger sort of, like social unrest. So here, for instance, you can see this is a Betty Lane photograph that says free daycare, and I drew protest photographs that had that were otherwise sort of like anachronistic and dated, that had something to do with sort of the present conflict. So for instance, when I was making this project, there was a minister of education in Canada that was working to undercut their universal childcare. In the last section in our conversation is sort of how, maybe this is a little bit reductive to pose it this way, but is how we're sort of looking respectively backwards and forwards to sort of feel our way through the present, and that's always been, I think, a kind of relative instinct for both of us to sort of move in those directions. Here you can see, these are in downtown Toronto, other photographs, archival photographs that I pulled sort of relative. You can see free daycare sort of relative to, yes, the question of like patriarchal dominance and our sort of like a question of how we imagine our way out of it, build and organize and resist our way out of it, right? And how photographs can be used as a tool in that effort, but also sort of relative, as I said, to a kind of grounding in this particular moment in 2019. Okay, this work just came down, The Last Safe Abortion. This iteration of it holds 2,700 photographs. They're photographs that I made. They're photographed in clinics in the Midwest and South. They're photographs that come from institutional archives, right, as in a museum or a university special collection. And the lion's share of them are from the clinics themselves. So they're really like photographs of the inside, as we think about, what it means to photograph abortion or like the sort of visuality of abortion care. That was a really big open question for me. Coming into this project as somebody who, as with everyone in this country, has been subject to decades and decades of really agonized images, really sensational, graphic images, propagandistic images around abortion. It was really important for me to sort of, frankly, imagine for the first time in my case, and build out a kind of visual vocabulary of what sort of the inside sort of might look like, and as really a political tool of kind of countermanding, this other weaponization of photography by anti-choice people, again, is in a really streamlined strategic effort, really since the early 1970s. And so as Sophia and I were talking about these questions that I've been mentioning so many times, I couldn't sort of help but sort of come back to this work and think about how it sort of continues to grow and change. When it be presented in Nebraska, it will be sort of inclusive of more photographs of that place, certainly organized sort of with the support of and input by, abortion care providers in that region and so forth. This is an early project from 2018, but a very important project for me that really sort of cracked open, a kind of the potential to really fuck with photographs, to sort of move them not just off the wall, but as the case is here, to push them into a giant concrete boulder. The title of this piece, Looking Forward to Being Attacked, comes from the title of a sort of well-known book in this niche world of self-defense. I get more questions about this work in 2024 than I do about any other work. It really seems to have a kind of lingering impression, I think, because it is so sort of distinct in its material formation. This is an idea that came to me in a dream, I kid you not. And I just started working with it, thinking how could I really sort of merge background and foreground? How could I really insist on sort of photograph as, a physical object with a material presence? So I wanted to sort of make this attempt in sharing A Brand New End, Survival and Its Pictures, which is a book project that was a complement to an exhibition of the same title. Well, I would say sort of about domestic violence, but much like the abortion project, those projects are really about, as Sophia was indicating, the workers on the ground. They're not about the ideological idea, of abortion or, I don't know, domestic violence as it appears in the media or something. It's really about the support workers, the care workers, the advocates. What does that look like? What does that feel like? And how hard is it necessarily to demonstrate care work photographically, right? Care work being the thing that renders itself invisible when done well. And then this is my last slide, just demonstrating, I hope, sort of the range of kinds of approaches in the exhibition, in the book, and sort of in the larger relative project to this sort of very question that we're dancing around throughout, very questions like how do photographs serve us, right, in our sort of inquiry towards social organizing, world building, time travel, liberation, these are sort of the question. This is this water that Sophia and I are sort of perpetually swimming in, albeit in different ways. And as I mentioned, sort of in different, in different sort of spheres relative to the past and the future.
You said that we have this sort of deep and soulful kind of relationship to photographic imagery. And I was thinking about that as you were sharing your work, and thinking about how, in a way, it's us to, it's like we're trying to find our kin in the past. Like we're trying to find, it's that old adage of sort of feeling alone in your struggle and then finding someone articulate it and then feeling really kind of held by that and sort of being propelled forward. And I think that that's been really beautiful for us both in our individual practices. And I also think that that is one of the places where our work merges. But I kind of want to complicate that a little bit, because we haven't talked about the sort of thing that I think we also know to be true about images, is that they're fundamentally not to be trusted, right? Like there's a maker and then there's an idea behind it. And so this is sort of a question I'm forming as I go, but I'm thinking through, like, how do we balance that?
Both you and I think intrinsically felt from the beginning that we didn't trust photographs, that photographs were, too sort of seductive for our interests and our aims. And I've sort of always understood that instinct that we had to whatever, cut into them, paint on top of them, was a way to have it both ways, was like a way to hold on to this thing that, if it doesn't sound too corny, that like we both really love, that was like a kind of religion for us, or like a kind of guiding light, while also sort of challenging the very sort of its larger framework, right? Often through sort of like material means.
You and I very early on also have been very comfortable with embracing contradiction. I think you're sort of taught away from that often, right? That a contradiction creates conflict, that if you can't resolve it, it's going to get you into more problems. It's going to get you into more trouble. And I think that you and I have actually always been drawn to that possibility. Sometimes, painting ourselves into weird corners. I think that our material engagement, as you just said, really is about not like being doggedly into images, like not being able to let them go. And again, it's almost ineffable. Like, why? But I can't. I am constantly attracted to images. It's still, honestly, when I'm in the world looking at other work, that sort of image making is still what I am most drawn to. And yet there's always been this desire to kind of split it apart and like flip it inside out, because demonstrating the ways in which it's not to be trusted is also something that we're really interested in.
Yeah, well said. Well, let me ask you, on the heels of that, about, I think, a place where we differentiate, which is the role of fiction. I mean, you talked about it as a function of the real, but you've always been sort of more apt to play with the unreal, let's say, or the could be real, or like the almost real. I never feel so fantastical that I can't recognize it, but I also register it as imagined, so thinking about that last work, for instance, in the Whitney, and that character, who's then like narrated by members of your family.
I think it's an inevitable part of a cultural heritage from being, Caribbean cultural heritage. I think that there just is a desire to narrativize history through mythology. I think that has come through in any number of ways. I mean, I think syncretic religion and the way that it operated as a subterfuge to, Spanish colonial intervention is that. And so for me, it's always held a really important promise as a place to not just imagine ourselves in a space of freedom, but to also operate as a shield to, for covert operations to occur behind. So I think that there's always that. But I think also it comes from me wanting to say from the jump to the audience that I am not necessarily to be trusted, that I'm taking a set of images and ideas and collapsing them. And yes, I have a specific goal for where we're going with this, but more and more, I mean, especially with the Guillotina series, I really want to be I even want the making to be decentralized, right? Like, I don't want to propose an authorial vision of these processes because I don't think that serves anyone. And that's certainly not the question I'm asking. So I think the way that fiction operates in the work is, yes, definitely, because storytelling has a specific power, I think, to ensnare us. I think it's how we've ever narrated ourselves as a species. But I think it also allows for the introduction of the possibility that I'm not a reliable narrator, and that hopefully creates the space for the audience member to insert themselves into that history, whether it is, with or against, and I can't obviously control that, but I want it to be a place where, again, roles and the direction of time can be questioned.
What can images do? You mentioned earlier, which I think is true, that we both really do have a belief, like a substantiated belief, that, as I would put it, that like pictures are, and art making, and it's like that this can be a tool of the revolution, and not just a document of it. But I do have days where I feel like, most days, that art is not enough. And for all the obvious reasons, right? It's sort of like rarefied spaces it exists inside of. And, think about, in my case, about how it can be coupled with groundwork, or is that even sort of possible? Or how to sort of bring art perhaps outside of those spaces. And I guess I wonder your sort of like honest to God feeling about this, in terms of our sort of chosen path relative to our political ideals, and sort of our understanding of the role of imagination therein.
Yeah, I mean, God, that is like the daily question that often threatens to undo me. Because I think so often, having reached a point where the politics that I attempt to live my life by and the politics that exist in my work are no longer distinguishable one from the other. I think if I'd known that when I started, I might not even be an artist, and that's because I do think, I had a friend, Rhonda Holberton, say this once, and I think it's really beautiful, that they're different medicine, right? Like, they heal different ills, or attempt to, right? Because again, I'm very aware, I think it's worth every time to underline, I am not sure that art can do it, because I think art as the standalone thing that we've been doing as a species forever has infinite amounts of magic. But I think that as it exists now, as you yourself said, within these spaces that are not just rarefied in terms of access, but rarefied in terms of who funds it, right? Like, it's extremely limited space. There's barely enough oxygen for all of us in there. And I feel like that's certainly not going to be the place, because I think once any object makes it into that sphere, its vitality is lessened, if not taken away altogether. And that's unfortunate, because I do think that the thing itself still has a lot of potential qualities in terms of making change.
I had a sort of similar moment when I was working on the abortion project. And I was in a clinic, and I was like photographing and sort of stepping on all over myself to, make sure that everybody felt comfortable, checking 3 times to make sure people felt okay being photographed, and just like over apologizing and overextending. And finally, the person who was walking me around basically kindly but directly said, like, stop, like, we understand. She gave me something really generous, actually, in saying, like, we understand what you're doing, and that you are, we have like we have a mutual aim here, and that this is, she said, we understand that what you're doing is a way to be in the work.
Something that you said that I really am interested by is, because I think about this idea of time often as like a layered thing that's kind of always, the layers are kind of bleeding into each other. But you described time as elastic. And I was really thinking about the road trip work, and also Last Safe Abortion, and the way that even though there is a way in which the installation, because of the use of sequence, really does show time in a kind of linear back and forth way, there's also, you repeat images a lot, which I think is really powerful. And sometimes there's a very slight variation. I think in Last Safe Abortion, there's these moments where there's like a very slight zooming in and out. And I just wanted to sort of prompt us to talk about the way that in installation, there's this other opportunity to coax this notion of time and it being elastic. And I wanted to ask you about how you think about that.
Yeah, good question for us both, I think. I mean, first of all, you know, this reaches back to, I don't know, like when around the time I made those photographs that entered that installation when I was 18, 19 years old and starting as a photo student at UCLA and just looking around and realizing like, oh, this is, everybody is shooting a roll of film, then they are making their edits on their actually they're printing that picture and then they're like showing that relative to a few others in a line, you know. And it was like I had such an internal freak out because I just and I tried to practice that way for a long time, but I just, that was not how I knew photographs, you know. Like I mean, Sophia, you've heard me talk about this many times, but, and this is not atypical, but as a teenager, you know, I ripped out hundreds, thousands of pictures from magazines and I would like put them all over the wall. And when my parents moved out of that house, they described like cutting the top with a blade and just peeling them all off like a skin, you know. Like I just had such an idea because no one had told me otherwise of photographs as like something more explosive, you know, and discontinuous and overlapping. And so it felt always very foreign for me to like work in what we think of as a kind of, and this is not to put any practice down, but like just for myself, to work in that way, you know, I just felt out of step.
Well, before I think about, I mean, we were like fully out of time, but I want to talk about in your work, just thinking about that impulse again, or taught impulse to like really study this frame and pick the perfect one when sometimes the difference is so minute that again, subjectivity must enter the picture. And that's the moment where I no longer trust the process, right? And so I think I've always been of the mind of like, keep all of it, right? I'm a maximalist and I have no problem with it. But the idea of keeping all of it, I think first starts to show the seams of the process as something that is inherently imperfect. But again, that imperfection creates a contradiction that I think is really exciting. It's not something to feel bad about. But when I'm hearing you talk about it, I think that's something we've both aimed at in, again, not being forced to make a choice between them, is that I think it also highlights the fact that in each frame there's one story, but we're really interested in this story and this story, you know, and how that is ambient in a sequence, right? It's there when the sequence is sort of drawn out. And I think the approach is different because obviously video is different than stills, but I think for me this is why my work is so long, right? Like when I'm in the edit suite, I feel angry at the idea that I should have to choose, right? Which, you know, I think again, yes, editing and rigor are also really important to writing, image making, whatever. But I also think that there's sometimes a way in which a certain kind of time and emotion can be evoked by sort of allowing for the idea that this moment extends into all of these directions that are impossible to capture.
We could go for many hours.
But I think this is a good place to call it. Yes. Time itself has said enough. So thank you all from the past.
Thank you. Thank you from the past to the future and the present between. Okay, love you, Sophia, and talk to you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Carmen and Sophia, if you are joining us and watching us virtually. Now we are going to continue with a lecture by Isabella Marie Garcia, who is our 2024 WOPHA Research Fellow. She was awarded and selected through an open call The 2024-2025 WOPHA Research Fellowship is supported by the Pérez Grants Program by the Jorge Pérez Family Foundation at the Miami Foundation and the Belsey Hotel. Our cultural partners have been Contemporary and the Caribbean Cultural Institute at PAMM, so thank you so much. Isabella Marie Garcia is an independent arts professional, writer, and photographer. She has received multiple grants for What Happens When the Dust Settles, a project exploring holistic aftercare related to death and grief within Latinx, BIPOC, and indigenous communities. For over 6 years, she has worked with local and national art organizations and has curated and exhibited widely. Her writing is featured in Born Away, their newspaper, and the Miami New Times. She earned her Bachelor in Arts in English from Florida International University. Welcome.
All righty. Hi, everyone. All right. Hope I can. So it's the green button. All right. So thank you all for being here today. I'm going to reference some notes just so I don't forget anything. I was awarded, as Andrea mentioned, one of the 2 WOPHA 2024 research fellowships for my project titled The Photography Care Matrix. I'm honored to be on stage to present a synopsis of the research completed thus far and hope to provide a sneak peek into the work. So this is an abstract and gist of the project, which is researching the historical and active teaching work of women and non-binary photographers within correctional institutions and prison systems, along with residential rehabs and alternative schools. So to contextualize how this project was formed in my head in the first place, I'll explain a bit more into my background as a teaching artist. I'll disclose that I have no personal or familial history with the criminal or juvenile justice system. I came into learning about teaching in these systems late last summer. I was seeking more teaching opportunities within the visual arts and learned of the ICA Miami Narratives Outreach Program. I initially applied to teach an 8-week film photography course with the program, but upon interviewing with Jess and Elisa, the 2 education coordinators who would work alongside me for the year, I learned that teaching how to make images with a camera was not going to work. My students would be at various sites across Miami-Dade, and many of them would be incarcerated or at risk, meaning that they were in a mixed bag of circumstances when it came to photographing them. They are minors, they're going through criminal court trials that are sealed in confidentiality when it comes to their image, and many of which are in the foster care system within the state of Florida, making them wards of the state. In this image on screen, which was taken for the promotion of the museum program, I am teaching at AMI Kids Miami-Dade South in Key Biscayne, but as you can see here, all their identities and faces are blurred. So they're present, but the photographer had to be very good about making sure their identities were kept anonymous. So without any parental consent possible to take images of them, I was left in a predicament of how I would adjust my photography curriculum. So how do you teach photography and image making without the use of a camera? So I immediately thought of experimental photography and adapted those 8 weeks to expand on image making through the processes of making a pinhole camera, oil-based photo transfers using essential oils, anthotypes, chlorophyll printing on banana leaves, and cyanotypes, which you can see here. The image seen here is of the culminating student exhibition titled Uprooted, which was installed and on view on the 3rd floor of ICA Miami from April to July 2024. The curriculum looked at teaching experimental photography through ideas of displacement within Miami-Dade County. And so what you see here are life-size body blankets that use cyanotype. I pre-treated blankets and then I gave them to my students to process in the sun. And I'm deeply inspired by the work of Ana Mendieta, and being a Cuban-American woman myself. And I wanted my students to think about how she used her own experiences of displacement from Cuba and anger in her artwork. It was also a moment for them to rest and place less thought on their creative work. They're very much perfectionists, just as we all are in some ways, and so they were able to just lay in the sun and use their bodies to make these images. And then I also very much, when I think about this exhibition, I think about Mendieta's quote, which is the following: "My art comes out of rage and displacement. Although the image may not be a very rageful image, I think all art comes out of sublimated rage." So all of this is context into what propelled my interest into this research. and the teaching and documentation work of other women photographers within these systems. And so for this presentation, given it's, I'm very broad in geographic scope, I'm going to be focusing on the American South, which is a region that I research extensively on and I also live and work within. So, hopefully you can, okay. So most recently, within Miami-Dade County specifically, we all might have heard about the arts and culture funding cuts. So I did an essay that was all about how that impacted Miami-Dade County specifically. And so looking at these organizations, I found out about the work of Art South, which is a nonprofit arts organization based in Palmetto Bay that organizes art behind bars, an incarceral program taking place at Everglades Correctional Institution that services incarcerated artists with classes, supplies, textbooks, and certified instructors. As a result of the funding cut, Art South lost $14,694 from their upcoming fiscal budget. And in speaking with a representative from the program, I became more and more aware that there is still so much unknown on how this will impact their programming, specifically the teaching work at Everglades Correctional. It very much feels like a limbo state, as was the title of my essay, for the future of these programs and so many arts organizations here in Florida. Now looking outside of South Florida, I looked at the city of Atlanta, which feels like a second home since my time working at Burnaway, an arts magazine based in Atlanta, as their editorial assistant. I discovered the work of Marilyn Suriani, a photographer who documented and taught within the Metro State Prison during the mid-1990s. Seen here is a portrait of one of the inmates Suriani photographed, along with her own direct testimony on how she came into photographing these women. Sent with an investigative purpose by the LA Times in order to highlight abuse within these facilities, Suriani documented but then returned with a different purpose after initial encounters in the Metro State Prison. Suriani returned to teach classes at their correctional facility to these women, allowing them to work with a 35mm Nikon directly through her supervision. And then this is her direct quote. And in teaching these classes, she was able to pass agency to these women aside from them just being documented for this investigative journalism. And they were given the right to portray themselves authentically. Also, sorry, I'm a little sick. That's why I'm a little nasally. And so in passing agency to these women to document themselves directly, we see images of women doing their own laundry. This is just one of some of the inmates at the time, of them shyly smiling at the camera, others of individuals in mid-conversation arguing, of romantic ties between people, of those on the inside looking calmly outside of a window. And as noted at the end here, unfortunately, the potential opportunity to exhibit the women's work was dashed by a change in power within the prison system. And it was a painful reminder of me, and also just seeing these women photographers of my own circumstances where there was a lot of rules when I would go into these jails, and how these carceral states are very much absolve one of personal agency. Now looking at today, I spent 10 days in Atlanta. Again, it feels very much like a second home. And I was there for Atlanta Art Week with work with Burnaway, but I was also looking to do more research outside of Miami and looking at Atlanta and the state of prison education and visual arts instruction there. And so I sought to speak with friends in the city that very much are from there and that know a lot of these education programs going on. So this is Rosa Duffy, who's a dear friend of mine, and also the owner of Four Keeps Books, which is on Auburn Avenue in Atlanta. Four Keeps exists as a bookstore in the traditional sense, selling rare and collectible books written for and about Black folks, but also houses a small library in the middle of the space that is forever based in the store and invites visitors to sit and read. So when I passed by on a Sunday for a book club, I found out that I was talking to Rosa, and I just really wanted to know if she knew more about these programs that might exist in Atlanta. And so I was able to actually learn about this magazine, which I'm happy to pass around, which is a magazine that's looking at prison education, looking to support prison writers from the Federal Correctional Institution of Atlanta. So it was originally published in 1939, and this was also just sitting on the table, and I felt very much like, what are the odds that I would walk in there and find this? So the Atlantean Revival was a news publication that emerged out of prison writers at the Federal Correctional Institution of Atlanta, And in speaking with Rosa, I found out it was recently revived this past summer. And within this issue, I actually came across an article that's titled GSU Pulls the Plug on Prison Education by Charlotte West. And within it, I got to learn more about the state and kind of the crime bills and some of the history of prison education within Georgia State. And so this past summer, Georgia State University decided to close its prison education program, which has been in operation since 2016. The decision means that around 60 current students, according to numbers provided by faculty within the prisons, will have to postpone their dreams of earning a degree inside. And this includes everything from technical degrees to visual art degrees, anything that's provided through Georgia State University. And this is now, as well, along with that sad news, I also learned that through this article, that incarcerated students only became eligible as of this past July 2023 for federal aid after the 1994 crime bill, which banned any federal financial aid for prison education. So I bring these realities of funding cuts and program suspensions into the context of the work being done by these women photographers because they are inherently codependent on one another. Without the funding or the access to teach within prison environments, it's less likely you will see these photographers teaching these students. So now I would like to focus on another photographer in the American South whose work I discovered when I went to see an exhibition also in Atlanta at the High Museum of Art in 2023 titled A Long Arc Photography in the American South since 1845. And this is the work of Deborah Lestaire. So there was about like 2 tintypes of these in the exhibition, and they immediately pulled me in. But this is Deborah, who's based in Louisiana, originally from Arkansas. And Deborah Lestaire turned to photography following the murder of her own mother in 1988. She began by documenting the impact of poverty on the lives of people living in Northeast Louisiana, and was eventually given entrance to the women's prison in St. Gabriel, the minimum security male prison in Transylvania, and the Angola maximum security prison within the state of Louisiana. And so during this time, she spent 3.5 years taking photographs of these inmates across these facilities, which there's some more here. So the images are selenium toned silver gelatin on prepared black anodized aluminum. They were printed to resemble tintypes, suggesting the long history of incarceration in the USA. She chose to print them small, about like 5 by 4 inches, the size of an intimate keepsake. And by practically printing the portraits on metal, she produces a durable object that makes it possible for the viewers to handle them and to keep them. The rigid metal also allows information to be engraved on the back of the plates, which Luster incorporates with facts provided by each portrait sitter, such as their names and length of sentences or the number of the amount of children they have. The reciprocity of Lestaire's experimental portrait work is a form of teaching in and of itself for both the photographer and those who posed. Processing her own loss, Luster allowed inmates to pose how they wished to be seen. So with many of them dressing for the camera specifically to Louisiana festive traditions, Luster captured the faces of the women at their Mardi Gras celebration in the St. Gabriel's Women's Prison. She also photographed the Halloween haunted house at the women's prison and all these traditional Louisiana costumes and archetypes like alligator girl and rat face. And so there's a series of over like 200 photographs if you're interested in learning more. And more in terms of incarceration within the American South. Of the highest incarceration rates by states in the United States, the top 3 are in the American South, with Mississippi being the first, Louisiana being the second, and Arkansas being the third. And so at Angola in Louisiana, it's the largest maximum security prison in the United States. 90% of those imprisoned there are most likely to die within the facility as a result of serving life sentences without chance for parole. And in looking at Lestaire's work and hearing more about what she was doing at the time of documenting while she was also processing her own loss, her photographing is very sober and formal, but it also allows you to see the whole person, and that these people are not some of their worst acts or even their best acts. And so the last photograph for many of these individuals is their mugshot, and in returning these prints to them directly, Luster works to humanize the dehumanizing nature of being incarcerated. So I also found out outside of the American South about the work of Josephine Herrick, who founded rehabilitation through photography. And so during World War II, she pioneered the teaching of photography to wounded war veterans for the purpose of helping them heal their physical and emotional wounds and re-engage with the world. And it's still an organization that's around today. Now in 2013, the organization was renamed the Josephine Herrick Project, and it's based in New York City, and it services everything from children in culturally diverse and low-income neighborhoods, immigrant and refugee teens, youth and individuals, with cognitive, emotional, or physical disabilities, military veterans, vulnerable seniors, and people of all ages living in public housing. And so their photography is exhibited in public spaces as well. So they're seen in cafes, they're seen in libraries, in spaces where they work and live, and also in spaces where other people can access their work. And there's still so much research I'm doing beyond the American South and nationally and internationally. I am actively, it's a big, broad scope that I'm looking at. I'm looking at photography teaching in Palestine, in the Caribbean, in Venezuela, such as the work of Violette Buell. So between 2010 to 2012, Buell held a series of photography workshops in 5 prisons in her home country of Venezuela, and over 300 incarcerated people participated in these free and voluntary week-long workshops. And so this is an example of some of the photographs that are in this series that, if you wish to look more, kind of show about this time of these people going through confinement within Venezuela. And so across my research with the photography care matrix, and when I say care matrix, I'm thinking about the forms of care that we can provide as a framework within these systems that are very much not care conscious. I hope to highlight the dire need for photography instruction within carceral systems locally, nationally, and internationally. I also hope to showcase how life under incarceration can be considered through multiple lenses, and that this work is about power imbalances, it's about the cultivation of trust, and a mutual sense of agency between these photographers and their students. And so I would like to thank WOPHA for all your support and hard work, to these photographers and their students, to my own students I met across the past year that I think about often, to my loved ones who listen to me yap all the time about my research, and to all of you for your time and attention. And thank you for listening to my nasally, raspy voice. Take care.
I think my panel is making its way down. Hello, everyone. It is nice to see everyone's faces, a lot of friends in the audience. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Amanda Bradley. I'm the Associate Curator of Programming at WOPHA. I'm also an artist and a photographer. I grew up in this city. I became an artist in Miami. Actually, this city gave me photography. Photography found me here and continues to find me today. To sum up my story, I first picked up a camera with intention in 2009. I happened upon a photography class at the Museum of Contemporary Art in North Miami, taught by none other than Noelle Théard, who's on this panel with me. And I found this incredible language that I never knew I spoke. After years of attending, together with my fellow photographers, we translated this tiny, simple after-school program into a weekly 3 to 4 hour seminar-style class, all due to the passion and support and guidance of Noelle sharing her time and Saturdays with us. Oh wait, I need this clicker too, sorry. Sorry for the bad image. This is a circa 2013 photo from our last class with Noelle at the Museum of Contemporary Art. We were 14 years old and getting opportunities to have our portfolios reviewed by college-level photography professors, reading On Photography by Susan Sontag, and writing project statements, producing work every week for critique, mounting exhibitions. For us as 14-year-olds, it was rigorous. Unluckily for us, Noelle left Miami to New York to pursue her MFA, and we had to say goodbye to our weekly photo group after years of spending every week together. Despite this, though, we all stayed in touch and still continue to support and happen upon each other to this day in the city. I'm hoping a few maybe are even here in the audience. This experience started my long-term love and commitment to photography, and I continued to pursue it in this city at FIU, and then New World School of the Arts with Maria Martinez Cañas. This panel, Building a Miami Photographic Curriculum, could mean a lot of things. So I want to take a moment to frame this conversation, because when we think of a curriculum, I know the first association that comes to our mind is that of a university coursework list, and in reality, that is the definition itself. But in the context of this Congress, how photography teaches us to live now, photography itself is the curriculum. We ask you each to think about images and the action of photographing and how it's embedded in your individual lives. Building a Miami photographic curriculum is exactly that. Today, we are actively building. For this panel, we will all discuss how photography has lived and continues to live in the city. But first, I want us to expand curriculum to include the varied and diverse intersections of photography in the city. I know it goes without saying, let's consider all the things that constitute learning and open our minds to all the forms and levels of engagement that can take place in the context of a curriculum. And I know it goes without saying, at least here in this room, but we all know that photography is greater than the sum of an image. It's a language, a document, an archive, a memory, a sensation, a proposal, a question, a truth, a fiction, a history, an act, a poem, a position, and this list could go on and on. Through this conversation, we will hear about the intersections of photography in Miami as an art form, as a shaper of the city's history, a personal and shared language, an educational tool, and of course, a meeting place, which is WOPHA's mission. This conversation is not about the images we make, it is about why we make and how we continue to make. As we look back through this dialogue, let us consider the present and look to the future. You all here are critical voices in this conversation. As image makers, curators, writers, researchers, archivists, and citizens of the city, what we talk about here today will be the start of building a Miami photographic curriculum. This panel is a classroom. I'm gonna have some helpers help me pass out some index cards. I'm very serious about this panel being a classroom. I'm sure you all remember index cards from studying in high school and college. I really want us to position this panel like a classroom conversation. How would we be in dialogue with our peers, with our professors? Amalia I didn't even tell her, she brought index cards with her notes. This is perfect. I will pose questions to our panelists and also to you, the audience. All of these collected responses shared will become the beginning of an archive and a memory bank of both what we've all experienced in the city of Miami as it relates to photography, as well as a proposal for what the future could look like for image makers in this city. I encourage you to grab one or two. You can write responses on both sides. We will share responses on this panel. I hope some of you will also share with us. We'll collect them at the end so that we can begin to centralize this kind of tracing and archiving of Miami's photography community. Moderating this panel is very special to me, and I am so honored to be joined by each of you, Amalia Caputo, Maria Martinez Cañas, Silvia Lizama, Noel Flores Theard, and Jahaira Rios Campos y Galvez. Thank you. These are just a few of the incredible women who have paved a path and inspired not only myself, but so many other photographers in this city by sharing, guiding, encouraging, and most importantly, continuing to make work. Thank you for joining me in dialogue. So we're going to start with photography and art, and we're going to go back to 1982. And this is a postcard from a show that happened at Barbara Gilman Gallery called Our First Contemporary Photography Exhibit, and I feel like it was so fitting for the entry point to this conversation. So Sylvia and Maria, I know you're both in this exhibition. I was wondering if you could kind of frame this time period in Miami. I mean, frame this show, frame how it came to you, but also talk a little bit about, yeah, what was the, you know, photography as art community in Miami in the 80s?
You want me to start? 'Cause my hair's whiter, so I get to be the first. This was an amazing time, and especially for women in photography, because there were very few. It was a man's world, and also photography at that time wasn't really considered an art. And as we were trying to, there were exhibitions or contests, art things that you could join, and it would always say except photography or paper, medium on paper. So it was a battle. And I personally have to thank a man called Mario Algazi, who recently passed away, because he started the first photography gallery in South Florida, and it was called Gallery Exposures. And in 1979, I graduated from Barry University with a BFA. I had done a lot of ceramics, but really was leaning towards photography at that time in my life. And I went in with a bunch of hand-colored photographs into this gallery, and the only reason I learned about it was because it was, the first exhibition was by a gentleman called Flip Scholke, and he had infrared nudes, very high grain, very ethereal, kind of heavenly looking, and someone in Coral Gables said it was pornography, and they threw a brick through the window. And because of that, I found out about the gallery. Thank you for the guy who threw the brick. I then was in conversation with a friend. She goes, I play poker with that guy. And I said, can you introduce me? And she said, sure. She made a phone call. I went to meet him. He was an incredible personality, brilliant. I would call him a visionary, hugely difficult human being for some, as we know, but wonderful. Wonderful to me. He looked at my work. I remember he took my prints, which are all hand-colored, and he smelled them, and he goes, you didn't wash them right. Too much fixer. You got to reprint everything. I'm going, they're hand-colored. I mean, and I was ready to kill him, and he said, I'm going to teach you how to print right. And he took me to his home, and he showed me how to archivally print on fiber. He taught me so much after I was done with 4 years of university. So I did a lot of learning through him, and I'm going to let Maria take over now because she also had a good experience with him, and that led to this exhibition. Do you remember?
No. You know, it's really interesting to see the invitation. We met Sylvia and I met at the Coral Gables Post Office in 1979 because I was 19 years old. And, you know, Mario in many ways was a thunder, hurricane, small guy who loved the medium of photography and had been done photography for many, many years when I arrived in Miami. I would come during the summers. As a matter of fact, that day of the opening on April 30th of 1982, I received my acceptance to the School of the Art Institute of Chicago for my MFA. And I remember that because I was in Miami for the opening when I got the letter at my parents' home in Miami. You know, this exhibition was not supposed to have been at Barbara Gilman. It was supposed to be at Mario's gallery. And he had to close. It also included the work of his work, Jerry Ullman's work, and Sylvia's work and my work. For me, it was extraordinary that I was together with Jerry Ullman, and
me too. Trust me.
You know, and a lot of people may have remember, if you were not living in Miami at that time, that University of Florida had an extraordinary photography department that was known in the country, was known nationally, because Jerry Ullman was there, and he was there for more than 30 years. Yvonne Streetman and Robert Fichter were there. People that put, in many ways, photography in Florida in the map. And Bruce Weber, not the photographer, the curator at the Norton Museum, at the old Norton Museum of Art, curated an exhibition of photography that was called Fact and Fiction, if I am not mistaken.
Yep.
And it was the first time that it was given attention to how broad the photographic community was in Florida. I don't think that those of us that were living here, I was not living at this time in '82, I moved to Miami in '86, but I would come because my family was here, so I would spend the summers here. But we had no idea how broad photography was. Very collected, very much collected. There were many collectors of only photographers of photography in Miami.
Well,
And
Mario had something to do with that, because in 1979, he was calling people, who were art collectors and convincing them that photography was the thing to collect now. And he was introducing them to Walker Evans, Andre Cortez, Jerry Yulesman, George Tices, and bringing that work to the gallery and creating collectors that hadn't even thought about the medium at that time. And they're lucky because they got it at a point where things were still affordable.
Yeah.
Ansel Adams, I remember I became, after that visit where I met Mario, and he called me up within 2 days and he said, "Do you want to be the director of the gallery?" And I had just graduated from school. I'm going, okay. How much? No. The funny story is that I barely got paid. I got paid on occasion if something sold, but he paid me with books, with so much knowledge. It was like going to school again. And I did it for 2 years. And when I told Mario that I was going to go back to school because I wanted to teach. Oh, that's another show.
Yes, this is, I wanted to show this because this is a show that you were in with Mario. And I want to shout out also the Vasari Project, which allowed me to kind of really collect and understand what was happening historically. I mean, you have to really know what to search for, but I think what was interesting to me when I was, kind of looking back at where photography existed in Miami was that there was so much dedicated shows, and there was a lot of people who were amplifying photography's reach. Or, you, when we first talked, mentioned how good of a friend Mario was, and he was introducing you. And so what's interesting now is, I think, part of, why Aldede and I work so hard at WOPHA is, we're trying to create that again. We're trying to create those spaces that feel dedicated for dialogue and for exhibition, for experimentation. So I'm curious, I know you mentioned the Norton, some of us went to the Norton yesterday. What was also interesting to me was seeing the past of these institutions. The Norton was the Norton Gallery of Art, Center for Fine Arts, Museum, Art Museum Miami, everything has transitioned in Miami as a city. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more too about maybe some of the specific institutions outside of commercial galleries that we're supporting. I know a lot of the academic institutions like University of Miami, FIU, were putting on a lot of photography exhibitions of their professors as well.
Well, I have to tell you, I think that, when I came to Miami and started really my, dedication to be an artist, and, you have to send a lot of slides out with a self-addressed stamp envelope to get them back. It was a very different time, but there were, maybe because Miami was not what it is today, such a city with so much attention. That's why every time I hear that there was no art before Art Basel, whoever says that doesn't know. Because there was a lot of artists and a lot of people working here in Miami, and there was a lot of very good art being made in Miami before Art Basel even showed up here.
It's a very tight community.
Yeah, and because nobody was really interested. It was very small. And remember, it was a time that we had to move to New York. That was the idea. We have to move to New York in order to become an artist. Well, some of us never wanted to live in New York. I don't mind visiting, but I never wanted to live there. I thought Miami was magical. And, there were collectors, and we had the Southeast Museum of Photography in Daytona. We had the main library with Barbara Young and Margarita and Helen Cohen. They had an acquisition things that they acquire. Also, let me tell you, the first time that I sold a photograph in a gallery, I received a check that includes a frame for $285, okay? So you have to realize that times were different. You know, photography, she mentioned it, photography was not seen the way that it is today. Tom Schmidt, who was a conservator, restoration person here in Miami, he acquired in the 1970s an Edward Weston vintage for $50, okay? So, because photography was not collected, and in many ways that's because no one will buy photography because it was on paper and because the weather in Miami was not the right weather for it. But we have major collectors, the Chacks, Ruth and Richard Chack. I have David Beatty, I have Dr. Alex Angelides, I had, who else was buying at that time? Because there were, Luis Calzadilla was buying, he bought,
Helen Cohen bought.
Yeah, so.
It was wonderful.
I mean, we had collectors that were getting photography because it was accessible and it was cheaper than painting and sculpture at that time.
I want to also talk to Amalia and ask, because I know you've also shown, extensively in the city over the years, and so I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about how you've experienced, photography shift, maybe in the last 10 to 15 years, or what your experience as an artist is, and what that, what are those institutions that we're supporting, where have you been able to kind of navigate?
Well, thank you for having me. I arrived in Miami in 2003, but I had been coming to Miami since the early 80s because my grandfather, who was from New York, had been a snowbird, and he moved to Florida. So I had been visiting Miami, and I was familiar with the place. But I lived in Venezuela, where I studied art history at the university. And since I was 15, I was willing to take photography classes or everything, but in Venezuela there was nothing. So all this kind of memory trail back goes to say that when I started finally to study photography was much in the sense that I do teach right now, which is in my studio, from my studio, and in smaller ventures. I started studying photography with my mentor, Ricardo Armas, a well-known Venezuelan photographer. And then from there, I went to NYU to pursue an MFA. So then I moved to Barcelona, and I founded their photography workshops, teaching alternative photo practices such as 19th century and some Polaroid transfers, et cetera. It was all analog. Analogical photography, of course. And then moving to Miami, I started to that's an image of my studio at the Mitrani warehouse, where I had my studio for several years, and from where I taught my workshops. And also the institutions, when I got here, were very few. I did have some, like, institutionalizing. Of course, I'm not disregarding the fact that there was a history before the 2000s in Florida, of course. But everybody, when I got here, was pretty much like crazy for Basel. And I'm like, okay, but what happens during the rest of the year? And there was a very sketchy photography gallery that I happened to show work, and another colleague here, we were commenting yesterday about how we got our work kidnapped for a couple years before we got it back. And I'm not going to say the name. No. Then I go to jail for some reason. Write it in your little book. Yeah. But anyway, for me, the idea of institutional support is great, and we understand that much of the study of photography happens in a skill set, in a tight skill set towards academia. But as an artist myself, I'm interested, as Joseph Beuys said, in showing the wound. and teaching students to live the experience of their own language. The skill set they will find out, but what do they have to say in the media? How are they going to find their own path? Because, you know, what defines us as humans is very little between us. So it really is to pinpoint and narrow that, you know, those small differences and becoming you as a student, you know? So that's why I like very small kind of clinics where everybody's gonna, you know, develop their work, and it's gonna foster a critical thinking and dialogue and supporting students. So in that sense, I'm kind of non-institutional to say. So yeah, and here I've also had support from great collectors. Arturo Mosquera has been one of the great collectors of photography here that I can think of. Dr. Wagner as well.
I think what's also interesting too, and I've experienced, I mean, even in this, you know, era that we're living in now, or even when I was being educated, is that a lot of it really comes through meeting someone and having a conversation and connecting around, you know, the medium, and all the opportunities and the things kind of fall into place. And I think that there's something really special about that in this city, is somehow we all find each other. I mean, I can't necessarily pinpoint the exact moment I met so many of the photographers here, but I remember, you know, those conversations or those, you know, instances, which leads me to my first pop quiz. I would love for you all as panelists to maybe respond to this, and if our audience would take a moment to maybe write a response to this. But remember a time when you were moved by an image or engaged in conversation around photography that felt significant and special. I don't know if any of you want to off the bat share, or if you have something kind of queued up in your mind, or if anyone from the audience. I do want to say this is, again, a total conversation, so feel free to raise your hand and interrupt us and engage with us in conversation or any of these things.
You want to start?
Yeah.
Well, if I had to be honest about it, I think it was that my family album was my first interaction where I had a true connection. And what happened was I left Cuba when I was 3, and our albums didn't come with us. So, and I was the youngest of 5. Many years later, they came in a box. As people came from Cuba, my grandmother or my aunts would give them, say, can you take this to the Lazamas? And so we'd get a box of something. And I remember that day when those picture albums came, and I'm like, oh my God. Well, we did have a life. I did live there, because it was years later. So to me, that was, and still is, probably what I value the most.
Noelle, do you have a memory?
Actually, I've got 2, and the 2 people are in the room. I was a student at UT Austin, and there were 2 lecturers that came. I was just telling this story to Susan the other night at dinner. First was Maggie Stieber's Dancing on Fire, the pictures from Haiti. Oh my God. I was just completely blown away by that work, and my father was Haitian, and it just really woke up in me a desire to be a photographer. And actually, later on in that semester, Susan Meiselas came to the University of Texas, and she actually, it was the Kurdistan project, and I remember thinking, like, this is beyond what my brain can completely understand, but I'm fascinated with this way of thinking through photography, so shout out to both of you.
Does anyone from our audience want to break the ice and share? Yes. I wonder if we have a mic to run. I can also give you mine, Natalie, if you want to run it. You can.
Hi. Great to be here amongst many fabulous photographers. One moment when I was moved, it was actually in college. It was in Maria Martinez Escaña's class. When I saw one of her totem pieces, one of her totem series. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the series, but it's one of my favorite works because it opened my eye to the possibilities of what photography can be. It's not, just straight photography, but it can be pushed to be so much more, and it allowed me to see how much you can create within the darkroom, not just print, not just enlarge a straight photograph. So yeah, that was a very significant moment in my career.
Oh, thank
Thank you for that.
Any other brave souls? Yes?
Oh, great. I agree with Sylvia. My grandmother was an avid, not photographer, but, oh, thank you. My grandmother was a great, how do you say, admirer of photography. And back then you had to have the means to do photograph of your family. And it was a very special thing. And people will prepare so much and dressed and the makeup and the hair. And it was beautiful to look through all these photos of my grandparents and the photos of my mother growing up, standing still in front of the camera, like very still, looking at the camera. And of course, we already know why, because it was the way to do it, the only way. So I agree with Sylvia, looking through the photos of the families. And then when I became a photographer, I revisit these albums in such a whole different way. And it was like really moving, if you're talking about moving. So.
Thank you, Leslie. Oh, we have a question up at the top.
Oh, no, it wasn't a question. It was related to the
response.
The thing. Yeah.
Yes.
I was waffling back and forth between two. It's not necessarily an image. It was more of a situation related to photography. My father was a hobby photographer in the 70s and 80s, and I had an interest in taking photographs at the time. And so he gave me a crappy little point and shoot camera and said, all right, go disappear for a few hours. And me disappearing, walking along a river to a lake for a couple hours and coming back and sending those photos into the 1 hour photo for development really was very impactful. I didn't become a photographer till much later, per se, but that was kind of where the love of it stemmed from, just having access and having that support. And so that is a conversation to be able to just say, hey, it's okay. You can go out and take photos. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you. Oh, we have one more.
Hi, yeah, okay. As an art historian, it's easy to drown yourself in technique and drown yourself in the writing and the research part of it. And photography was one of those mediums that took me a while to really understand. And what it took was a moment of pure emotion and understanding. And I was in my contemporary art class in college by Dr. Tenley Bick at Florida State. And we looked at, I believe it was a triptych of David Wojnarowicz's late husband who passed away by HIV in the 90s. And it was one of the first works that brought activism to the pandemic that was HIV/AIDS. And she had to sit in that class for about, a couple minutes in silence, sort of expanding on the work and taking it in. And I think that was the first time that I sat there and really picked up on emotion from photography. And from that lens, I'd say that was probably the work that did it for me as well.
Thank you. I think we had one more. Oh, we have a lot. Wow, I was worried no one was going to want to share. I love this. The best students, A+.
Yes, similarly to what everyone else has said about the family photo album, I remember, being given also a point and shoot camera by my father and making those photographs. But the point where everything became very significant and special and powerful was when my photographs were added to that family photo album. So then, becoming a part of the narrative of our extended family. And then, that was when I was a child. But when I was an adult, something similar happened when my photographs were published in a book. And so that was another moment when I thought about the permanence of photography and the permanence of archives and the permanence of photo books being an archive. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we can do one more and then, trust me, there's many questions left.
No, I just wanted to say, like Sylvia, for me, was also photo album. Like finding, actually, in my house, we didn't really have like photo albums. It's more like loose photos. And then I remember having this strong feeling of, I want to create a photo album of my family, like actually putting them together. And then the second memory I have with photography is like once I was in Caracas, like Venezuela, like Amalia, there wasn't much about photography. And me and my brother, we found hidden in my dad's closet his SLR. It was filmed, there was no digital. And literally we were like completely ignorant to this little machine, like, oh, what is it? How do we use it? You know, and then I remember we just pulled the, what is it? I forgot the word now. And just the sound of it. And I was just like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. What is this? And then looking through the viewfinder, oh, it looks different. And it was just like the whole experience. And I think it's still today holding a camera. And even during lunch, we were talking about that. It just gives you certain, I don't know, responsibility too, and kind of like how you're looking through. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to shift a little bit and talk through photography's role in shaping the city. So Noelle, I couldn't not include this photo. This is probably the most special and iconic photo I've ever, seen. And I remember being in your class, or I think this might have been just right after class ended, and you shared this with us, and I was like, that will be me. I will be the person, making my dreams come true at whatever cost, with a camera strapped to my body. And so I want to talk a little bit about, your intersection with photography in Miami. I know you were shooting for the Herald for many years, and you also worked on some, particular projects in the neighborhoods here.
Yeah, this shout out to Anais Flores, my beautiful daughter, who's now 10. I co-founded a nonprofit that's actually based in Miami with Tatiana Moraliotto and Maria Rago, of course with the support of Fredo and Ralph Dupu, called Photocombit, and it was founded just after the massive earthquake in 2010. And so, and with actually the support of Maggie Stieber, who was on our advisory board, and Edwige Dandicat, we were really having come from journalism and understanding the power of images, I also realized very quickly that, getting on a plane and going to photograph the horrors that we were seeing in the news was not the way to go about it, and that there must be a more creative and powerful way. And certainly there was. So we went and we did workshops. Photocombit is still around. Of course, Haiti is a very complicated place. But we ended up, these workshops, a series of workshops ended up being published in the National Geographic. So I think it was the first time in the National Geographic's history that the people from the country were the ones photographing their own country. So it was a wonderful point of pride and productivity.
Can you talk a little bit about like how it was initiated? I mean, I remember like the very beginnings where you would bring disposables over for people to really rebuild their family albums. I mean, that's how I remember you telling me about it.
Yes, and actually it was kind of built, so just to go back to the Miami connection, so when I was, so I worked at the Herald and, really wanted to get that full-time newspaper staff photographer job, which didn't exist, and but I started working with these, with Holga cameras because I come from, even though I was trained in journalism, I came up at a time when there was no digital photography, so I learned analog processes and I became very attached to the analog process. Also, in this case, the country had suffered a tremendous loss of all kinds of things, mostly lives, horrifically. 250,000 people died in that earthquake. Power was hard to get. So it's like you kind of were able to, with film and analog cameras, we were able to photograph without much and then bring the film back and develop it. Peggy Nolan was such a huge help. I would sneak into the dark rooms at FIU and make, the contact sheets and the prints. Yeah.
And can we talk a little bit about some of these projects that you worked on? I know with Miami Worker Center, Empower You, I can just kind of scroll through some of these images. But
yeah, I think for me, photography, non-traditional forms of photography, like what you were saying too, Although I am somebody I have degrees and et cetera, I think that the entry point for photography should be more accessible, and it naturally is. I also got really frustrated at photography's, I wanted to do something. So, journalism was very particular, but I really wanted to find ways to make photography activate and work and do something. So these partnerships, the one with the Miami Workers Center was around gentrification. Art Basel, of course, transformed the city, but it also it created a displacement that we're still seeing today. So the Miami Workers Center is a grassroots organization. They had a group of people that wanted to participate. We shot in the neighborhood. We converted a bread truck into a gallery, an art gallery, and we created the Galería del Barrio. And it was an activist intervention. It was like, Basel, like, F you. I mean, not really, but a little bit, right? Because it was like, here are these communities that are living and that are, struggling and that are producing, and, that's being flattened completely. And then this was with Power U, actually. The Overtown project was Power U, and they were working around. A shout out to the person who presented before on incarceration. That was very interesting. These young people were also challenging the kind of schools to prison pipeline. And so, and this was Denise Perry, who was at Power U for many years, was incredible photographer herself. And, we were able to work productively. And interestingly, these projects in Miami were the ones that really provided me, I became a producer, essentially. So when the earthquake hit in Haiti, it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna approach this as a producer, not as a maker, but as it's gonna be a workshop. And I knew what was required because I'd produced 2 workshops in Miami. So once the one in Haiti came, I started taking Kreyòl lessons with Jean Mapou in Little Haiti, who helped. But yeah, essentially.
I also wanted to, just shout out another interesting connection that I came across in this. There's another photographer that's a part of the Congress, Nicole Combo. I don't know if she's here. Oh, there she is. She is actually now shooting for Miami Workers Center. And so I like that this, number one, that we're all here in this space shared together, and there's this very cyclical, nature about it. But again, that this community, continues to find each other. And so I want to pose another, pop quiz question to the audience and our panel, but how, for you, has photography played a role in shaping and remembering our city? I mean, even if it's kind of in a way that is remembering something, that no longer is, because we know Miami is consistently shifting second to second. Yes, Amalia.
Well, I have lived in Coconut Grove since I got here, and I've been systematically photographing the houses that are no longer there. So I have a kind of a memory album of my walks. That the beginning, it was with my kids, just strolling around, and then I started to take my camera with me, and photography would be, I can't believe that what we have seen in these last 20 years has happened in Miami in terms of gentrification and everything that has been destroyed, literally, tabula rasa. So photography is the quintessential tool to, document and archive the city. For me, it's, I document even the trees that are, the canopy. Yeah, the canopy.
Had planned to put you on the spot with this work, which I'm realizing was so great that you wanted to respond. But I mean, I'm very familiar with your practice. Obviously, we've shared a lot of studio visits, but I know that this idea of archiving, where you are, I mean, I know this is from your residency at the Deering Estate, is very critical to the way you use photography. And so I'm glad you have, these other aspects. But can you talk a little bit more about this particular kind of mechanism that photography plays in your practice?
Yeah, well, for me, photography is really, it's very literal, the fact that for me is a memory tool, that's obvious. And the fact that it's a phenomenological experience to be living in the places where you are and photographing them as an experience itself is very relevant. So the fact that the Deering Estate has this 420 acres of untouched land, and it has protection means that in the case of most of our natural, environment, we can still enjoy and see how it is. So part of my practice is creating archives and using, the spaces, the phenomenological experience of being in the world, in our world. And because of the constant changes that we're seeing in our city and in the natural, both in the natural and the human environment, there's no other way but to document for me. I have never been a documentary photographer. I don't consider myself a documentary photographer.
There.
But this is understood like it's a very large mural that is 12 feet long, and it evokes like a scroll of, to emulate, because I'm also interested in photography as material culture. So much of our image intake takes place from screens and ephemerality. And I'm really interested in the experience of this accumulation of photographs, but in a material space, in their physicality. So I'm very interested in that. And Miami for me has changed so much. It's almost painful to talk about it. Like you can find me in my pajamas yelling at somebody that is, cutting down a tree, la vieja loca de Coconut Grove, but I don't care. I'll do that. That was me.
I'll open it up also to the audience if anyone in the audience wants to share their own personal response, or if any of our panelists also want to share. Oh, we have two. Yes.
Hello. I'm a major introvert, so this is really uncomfortable. But I would have to agree. I use photography very much as archival. I am anxious about losing memories and not remembering what things were. So I am an avid, I am the documenter in my family and my friends, wherever I am to, my husband can't keep up with the hard drive space, but I feel like it's very important. It's almost like a compulsion that I have to take these photos because I don't want to lose this. And I'm also, it was informed by my father's passing that now I'm like, the things that I can remember I'm losing. And so that also is like, it fuels me to document as much as I can because it's really important to me. Like photo albums definitely are the photos. That's the first thing I grab in a hurricane. And the trick is to stuff it in a garbage bag, put it in the washer machine because it's supposed to seal it up. But I know that's my first go-to. Like a photograph is very, very important. And Maria, my teacher as well, she's helped me with that. Taking the altered surface photography class opened my eyes to a lot. It doesn't have to be just a photo. It's just a whole way of communicating.
Thank you. A lot of Maria fans in the audience.
When you teach for so long.
Hello. I was just thinking about Alia's work in Deering, where you had a residency, and at Vizcaya, where you had an installation. And I was just thinking about how the way in which you photograph sort of mimics and critiques the same sort of gaze that a lot of these white men looking to build estates out in the wild Everglades were sort of embarking upon. And I just think it's interesting that at once you're enacting it, but then undermining it by sort of simplifying it. I think photography is non-invasive, especially in the way that you conducted it. And I just thought it was interesting the way you think about scrolls digitally as manifesting physically with a large-scale sort of installation. Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering if you had any more thoughts about that sort of thinking about Miami as this colony. I feel like we shouldn't be here.
Well, I was at the Deering while the pandemic was happening. And for the first 2 months, we didn't have, I had just won my residency in January 2020, and in March, everything was locked down. So after 2 months, we were allowed to go back in the Deering, but no public was there. So I had the opportunity to be there with nobody else and constantly having this feeling of living in the world as a presence, as a being. There was no, us and them. It was me in the space, in the natural space. It was also scary at some times. Snakes were there, and like all kinds of animals were around, and because of that's what happens when humans are not there. Animals retake their spaces again, and so. Yeah, I think that it's inherently, my gaze is inherently a woman's gaze through the world, and I recognize, that most of our photography education, our photography knowledge, and photography itself, it comes and is a colonial kind of, it is a tool from coloniality, but the fact that you can, try to re-see the world through the different eyes and transversally in a different non-violent, non-extractivist, non-endangering, I think and I hope, that it could make a difference while doing, while being an artist and a photographer. I don't know if that answered your question, but I do think that inherently, yes, being a woman makes, for me, a different connection towards what's happening to the earth and our environment and our cities, etc.
So I first arrived in Miami 2.5 years ago. So my view from the city was Miami Beach, neon, flamingos, pink flamingos, and so how that was the way the photograph was like shaping my vision about Miami. And I got here, I saw this was just a little sneak of it, just a little part of it, a fragment. And last year I started photographing, document like abandoned houses. And because I realized, I found out like data about the math on homelessness, people experience homelessness was like way bigger than the empty properties. And so I started documenting those properties. And so for me, like photography is like, it changes, it shifts so bad, like in just 2 years, like the images about Miami. And now, recently I started documenting the relationship between city and the chickens. And I'm pretty excited about it to understand how like this relationship goes and have been surviving. And yeah, this is my vision with Miami in photography.
Looking forward to that series on the chickens. I want to see that.
Okay, well, we'll move into photography as a personal and shared language. Jahaira, I would love to chat with you about your intersection with photography. I know when we spoke, you talked about, coming to Miami when New World School of the Arts was kind of just becoming New World School of the Arts, and you saw some dancers in an empty storefront in downtown, and a few years later ended up at the school, didn't know it was the same place. And so I know you have a very multidisciplinary practice, but I know with images, you're often reflecting personal narratives and explorations. So can you talk about how you use photography in your practice and kind of your intersection with the medium in Miami?
When I came to Miami, it was, I have so many stories about that, but I'm not gonna get into that. But it was definitely during the like cocaine cowboys era. Like the time I can remember the times that my mom was a front desk clerk at 2 hotels that were owned by the same owner, and the times that she would have to like grab me and throw me under the desk because the SWAT team would come in. It's pretty crazy, but it was very empty. Downtown was like, there were homeless people everywhere, and we literally lived in downtown. But I was like 10 years old at the time. And then a few years later, when I end up at New World, I started connecting the dots and realized, oh, this is that place that I used to see and sort of like daydream about. But yeah, like, I think, as far as my work goes, a lot of it relates to personal memories of all these like crazy events like I experienced as a kid, and then my connections with my family, a lot of folk tales that my mother raised me on. If you're Central American, I think any Latin American country you might be from, there's a bunch of crazy stories they tell. But myself, as Nicaraguan, hearing all these stories about La Cegua and everything, I started thinking about what that meant, like how it reflected in my own identity and how like that like fits into all the pieces fit together. And so my work really just comes from this place of trying to understand my place in the world. And even in Miami, I've thought a lot about how growing up, everybody I met was either Cuban or Nicaraguan, because we were like, the Civil War, we were all like coming here in droves. And now there's less of us. There's less Nicaraguans we're still a bunch of people, but now it's like, I meet Colombians, Venezuelans, like from all over the place. There's a lot more diversity as far as the Latin American community. And so I really explore this, just who am I? How do I fit in? Where do I exist? Being the 1.5, like my kids are like 1.5 generation and I'm like first generation, and thinking of like, what does all of that mean? Since I wasn't born here, and the idea of being seen or not seen, sometimes by choice, and sometimes, not by choice. And what are these conversations, these internal conversations? How do I process them outside of my own head? So it's a lot of my work coming out of that. Yeah.
And I think that that's also translated into this, particular project, which is a bit more collaborative. So thinking about how maybe image making becomes kind of like collective creating. So can you talk a little bit about, the collective care work now book you did?
Yeah, so that was a project I worked on with Molly. She was a teaching artist here that I made friends with. And we found a camaraderie in our shared experiences that, she had a situation where her little brother had cancer, and between her and her mother had to figure out how to care for him and get the help that he needed. And in my case, having little children and trying to raise them, and also like the signs, I had started to see signs of my mother's dementia. Sorry if I start to get a little emotional. So as we had these conversations about, how do you continue to work as an artist and produce this work? And really it comes from using your practice as a way to like push through that and understand what you're experiencing. And also that's where your points of connection come with others, right? As you share this work, as you put it out there, others identify with it, and there's a strength in that. So thinking about, what does it mean to be a care worker? And whether it's in an institution or because you have to care for your own family. So yeah, that's where that came from. And actually it was something we also worked in. She was at the time in Los Angeles. So I was like flying over there, and we're doing some projects with that, so.
Thank you. That leads me to another question for the audience and for you panelists. What role does photography play in your personal life now? And I kind of want to throw this one to Noelle first, knowing that, you know, now she introduces herself as, I'm an editor, and I don't really make images anymore. But I know that that still, you know, exists because, again, I think photography is a language. You know, I don't think you ever rid yourself of speaking this language. And so I'm curious of, yeah, like how does it play a role for you now, not making maybe in the same way you used to?
That's a great question, and kind of building off of what you were talking about, Jahira. After my daughter was, even before she was born, but especially after she was born, I came to understand that producing is an art form in and of itself. So like, I'm at the New Yorker now. Before I was at the Magnum Foundation, supporting artists, creating projects. So photography plays a huge role in my personal life because I like to see myself as like a catalyst or a fertilizer for photographers' projects. And I think that's why it's been easier to kind of like put down the camera, because I am 100% committed to this particular role at this point in my life. And of course, like my daughter was born 10 years ago, so we're gonna have a whole negotiation about how many of pictures of her can I keep on my Instagram, you know, like she was my muse. Yeah. So it's funny because I say that I stopped taking pictures, but I have so many beautiful photographs, just simple little moments with her. So I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it's great. Does anyone from the audience want to share their thoughts, responses? No? Okay, too personal? Okay, Leslie. Yeah.
I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad that that you both mentioned motherhood and taking care of somebody else, because that's how I have my a camera in my hand since I'm 15, but to me it was like a blender or toasters. I assume that everybody has a camera in their house, in their hand, but actually photography came into my life when I had my youngest child. I had my child after 14 years of the last one, so it was like a new mother again, and I used to paint. So photography came into my life as a very portable way of keep being an artist. But I'm so glad that the two of you mentioned it, and I know Amalia probably has some thoughts about this because she's also a mom. How do you guys embrace motherhood at the same way of developing your career as an artist?
Well, I definitely became, I became methodical about making sure that I was awake after everybody was asleep to continue producing my work. Since a lot of it, they're self-portraits, and those were my quiet moments where I would do that. Then, or it would be really early. Like sometimes I'd wake up at like 3 a.m. and I'd be like, okay, everyone's still sleeping. I'm gonna do this now because I'm wide awake. And there would be funny moments where my kids, as they got older, they might catch me in the backyard in like my nightgown, and they'd come out and they're like, Mom, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm taking pictures. So, yeah. So I tried to make it work with everything else that I had to do. But I also made my kids part of it too. I just like, a lot of times if I was doing, working on these self-portraits, maybe they would cross into it and I'd be like, that's fine, because it's part of the space that I'm exploring and the identity that I'm exploring. So it was like adapted. I adapted everything to like just everything has to fit together. So.
I want to add here that she was going to school getting her master's degree while she had 4 children, pregnant 3 times during that time period. And I'm not going to say you didn't look tired, but you were amazing that you even pulled that off. I just, to this day, kudos for that one.
I always like to share my mom's joke was that when I graduated with my master's, that I finished with a master's and 4 minors.
Yeah.
So.
And that was true.
I didn't mean to take over the conversation, but I'm just fascinated by the fact that this is a Women Photographer Congress. And I remember the first Congress, somebody mentioned it, about the issue of the situation of motherhood or taking care of a parent while you try to develop, versus some other women that a very dear friend of mine decided not to have children because she wanted to pursue her career as an artist. So it's kind of like, you have to choose, right?
I remember.
I want to throw it there.
When I hit that point in my life, and I was pregnant with my son for the first one, and I remember I was used to traveling with my friend Mario, or I would go wherever I want, whenever I want, did whatever I wanted to do, and all of a sudden I had this baby, and I went to, it was Juan Espinosa, remember him from the gallery? Yeah, so Juan Espinosa, I was talking to him, I said, Juan, I don't know what to do, I have this kid everywhere, he's like on my backpack in my front, I mean, I can't carry the diaper bag and the camera bag, and it was driving me crazy, and he goes, shoot the baby, and I'm going, what? But from that, shoot the baby, I did a series on Adventures of Philip, and then I kind of made that work, and did a little bit of, got my creative juices out using him for a while I could. But yes, it was a hard time. Big transition.
I mean, I just like strapped Anais to my chest and we were like, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like.
The Hasselblad, the diaper bag, the baby, it was a lot. It was a lot of stuff.
But I think also, to your point, and I'm very grateful to Susan Meiselas and the Magnum Foundation. I mean, Anais lived under the conference table, like she is a presence in my life, like even at my current job, like David Remnick knows who Anais is, because I'm also very like, I don't know, I think we need to start creating a culture where we normalize this stuff. Like we don't have to keep our children hidden. I mean, be professional, of course, but also we can teach our children like this is what is and isn't appropriate in a professional context, and we don't have to bifurcate. We don't have to be like, well, if that works for you to compartmentalize, I'm sure that's how a lot of women get through it. But it's like, and also like a responsibility to kind of model this too, because like, I'm sure that there are women now that are, I'm in my, whatever, I'm middle-aged. Maybe there's younger women who are like in that situation where they're like, God, I want a kid, but can I have a career? I mean, I think if you can kind of embody that and, you find ways, and hopefully the culture is changing to be more open. And also, let's be honest, like, fathers, like these ideas around fatherhood and manhood and caretaking, hopefully those are starting to shift too. Yeah.
Hopefully. I think
poquito
I think that we as women are capable of carrying all the hats that were thrown. Like we can do motherhood, we could do art practice, we could do paid work. And that's who we are. That's what, like, it would be, the only thing is that we did not take care of the writing of the history. So in that sense, we have been, as we know, neglected from the discourse of the history books and everything. But I mean, we are capable of anything we, crosses our mind as mothers, and that's very important to keep it in mind and fight for it. I mean, we should all be undutiful daughters, as Rosi Braidotti said, like we should, continue with our chores, but not because we have to, but because we want to.
Thank you. Now we're going to talk a little bit about photographic education and community, and I do see our clock running low, so I might speed this up a bit. I want to pose this question first before we start talking about, I think you all received some papers that were passed out earlier. So I'm curious if the audience can maybe respond first to this. Who and where is your photo community? While you all are ruminating on that, I will introduce Photo Group Miami, but I'd love to hear one or two responses from the audience before we kick off this conversation about Photo Group Miami. Yes. I don't think so, no. I did invite her. I emailed her personally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, she said, is Sharon here? But she's, no. It's wonderful.
My response ties into what you just were speaking of in community, which is just to share a few resources. The iMama project started during COVID and had 50,000 women respond that were professional photographers and mothers. And it came out as a book with the help of Vogue Italia, and there was about 123 images in that, and it was, the subtitle is The Poetic Truths of Motherhood. So it's the light and dark. It's not Pampers commercials, it's real people in every situation you can think of. So I encourage people to look at that. And Hedy Judah out of England did 2 books on motherhood and finding community. One of them is called How to Not Exclude Artist Mothers and Other Parents, which was really a research project. And there was another woman, Diana Karklin, who is German but living, I think, in South America, who did a project called Undo Motherhood, which is literally talking to people after the fact. So I think it's interesting. I was podcasting today, and motherhood came up as the subject as it interrupted people's careers. So I think it's a huge place to put our attention, and I think it's also a really big thing about community. And so just a bridge to that. And actually, I have podcast episodes with all of those authors. Yeah.
Thank you. We have another response in the back.
Who and where's your photo community? Well, it definitely stemmed at Barry University, where I studied, and Sylvia Lezama is my mentor.
Hi, Remy.
Hi. And so that is definitely the core community that I am a part of, and a bunch of my students are in the audience as well. From there, it spreads out. I have a bunch of photo artists that are in here from the Miami community who I've become very, very close with in the last few years. And then beyond that, I highly recommend Society of Photographic Education. It is a national organization, and I have made some amazing connections and friends and really built a community there as well. So those are my 3 core communities, definitely. And of course, WOPHA, this room.
Yeah, I think you touch on something interesting, you know, referencing Sylvia, and there's a reason why I put education and community together is I think, you know, for me, learning the language of photography through a workshop, after that I was sold in wanting to pursue something that was about building community and finding community and being amongst colleagues where we shared a similar language or we're teaching each other other languages. And so I think there's something really beautiful about, you know, building your community out of learning something, whether that comes from, you know, a casual conversation or a course or, you know, a pop-in photo critique, which I want to, you know, use as a segue to talk a little bit about Photo Group Miami. And I know, Sylvia and Maria, you have both been members of this in the past, and this came to my attention through you, and I've handed out, you know, some copies of some previous newsletters that they've published, and I was lucky enough to find a handful of them at the Vasari and make these copies. And so I was just so impressed by the amount that was happening and the amount that Photo Group Miami was putting out. I mean, they were putting out listings of exhibitions that were happening around the country. They had annual convenings, they had auctions, they had exhibitions, there was photo criticism. It was just like, what? You know, number one, where do you find the time? And, you know, I think we're talking about a very different era as well in Miami, as we, you know, talked about at the beginning of this discussion. But I remember after Noelle's class ended that a few of us, and Elisa's here in the audience, myself, Elisa, Terrence, and I think a few others, Kayla's here as well, we wanted to start a photo collective, you know, and we were all working in analog photography. We were going to call it Mad Negatives. We made an Instagram. We were committed. We did crit groups and studio visits. And so I'm really drawn to these types of initiatives as like kind of centralized points for communities. So can you share a little bit about, you know, the experience in being part of this group?
You know, it was great for somebody that was coming and moved to Miami and really didn't know much about Miami or, you know, where the community for photography was. You know, Photo Group what felt to me, it was an anchor. I had a place that I can go. We could have portfolio reviews. I remember they had people like Mary Foresta from the Smithsonian. They have Andy Grunberg. They have Nathan Lyons from the Visual Studies Workshop, from institutions that were very established, very much part of that classic era of the medium of photography. So I was impressed. I was absolutely very impressed to have these people so accessible to us. And to us, meaning, you know, the young generation, because technically in 88, I'm 28 years old, so I was technically starting my career in trying to do something with my work here in Miami. I've been by that time 2 years in Miami, and you know, it was great, but I have to tell you, Sharon Sokol, if, you know, it's in this, I'm gonna compare Sharon Sokol with Aldeide, because we're here today because that woman over there, okay, who's very young, and I probably could be her mother, okay, her energy, her belief on the medium, what you do for the medium, for the history, for this community. Sharon Sokol was also doing it at this time for the community that was much smaller, much sparse. We really—
No internet.
Imagine that. Yeah. You needed to use the post office. Yeah.
US mail.
It will cost an arm and a leg to make duplicative slides so you can send your work there. But you know, when we lose, and I don't mean because she's still around and she's still alive, but when we lose the energy of Sharon Sokol because she might go away from Miami, there was a void, and it was very big.
Big gap in the archive. I mean, there's a big gap in anything like this being accessible, you know, for us to reference.
Yeah, and you know what is also, yeah, and it was, but in many ways I'm glad that we saved the newsletters and this type of thing, because it made me go back and remembering things that, because we were so busy trying to make it as an artist, you know, we were doing whatever necessary to move the work. And it was, I think, a little bit more difficult at that time. We didn't have a website. We didn't have a way to, you know, today you can have a curator from Germany be looking at your website and interested in your work here in Miami, and that we never did. It was completely different. You had to spend a lot of money to show your work to people, to reach them if they were interested. You know, the first time I sent an invitation to one of my shows to the director of the Center for Creative Photography in Arizona, 8 years later is when something happened. And you think, 8 years later, today, if you don't get an email immediately, it's like they're not interested, you know? At that time, you had no choice but to hope and continue doing what you needed to do, because there was no other way, you know? But this place was really, really incredible and amazing and energized. And for me, it meant a lot. And it was in Coral Gables, which was great.
And it had a physical space.
Yeah.
A gallery, which was amazing.
They
in front of Virginia Miller Gallery.
Yeah.
They had annual auctions. They had a call out to writers to write criticism in the newsletter. I mean, I really encourage you to, you know, take the handouts and spend time reading them. They're not the best copies, but you know, you can do some research. They're also accessible at the Vasari Project at the main library downtown. You can make an appointment. It's free. You can access all of this information. But yeah, I was so impressed at, you know, number one, being able to access so many of them, but just to see how much was being put out, you know, and a lot of these things that exist now are slowly, you know, disappearing as well. So I also want to touch base a little bit on you all as educators, because that is, you know, the big common thread of not only the Congress, but all of you sitting here today teaching, you know, in very different capacities. But can you just reflect a little bit on maybe why you pursued teaching and how maybe that has also fed your individual practices? and we'll keep it a little brief because I have one more question for the audience, but I would love to hear more about why did you pursue teaching for so long?
Oh, I never thought I was going to be this long. That's for sure. I was asked to teach, to come to replace a faculty member at University of Miami in 1988, and never did I imagine I was, only for 1 year, and I never imagined that I lasted there for 5.5 years. I discovered an extraordinary way of giving back what had been given to me. I felt in many ways that this is what made sense. You know, I am, when people ask me, what do you do? I say I'm an artist. That's my #1 job. But after that, teaching has been, I would not be where I am today as an artist without the teaching, without my former students, or some of you guys are here. Absolutely. I need you guys. I needed you guys. And I will be retiring in May of next year. I'm done with teaching. But, you know, it's been wonderful. And, you know, I was asked not long ago what I want my legacy to be. And my legacy are you guys, my former students. If you want to thank me in any way, teach. Give back what was given to you, because that was make our job priceless. For real.
Thank you. I'm gonna leave us with this last question because I know we're running over time, and this is not something that I think you all need to necessarily respond to out loud, but I'd love for you all to write a response to this and then pass your index cards to either side of the benches so we can collect them. But what do we need and want in order to strengthen our Miami photographic community? And I pose this because at WOPHA, it is a big part of our mission to continue to provide, you know, resources and conversations and archives and, you know, opportunities to connect. And so, again, this panel is all about building together. It's purposefully labeled building and not built, or, you know, future tense. So I really encourage you to leave responses, and I am so excited to have had so much participation from the audience. So thank you all so much. And thank you all for sharing this space and time with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you all have enjoyed this panel. We are almost getting there to the final conversation or the final session of the evening. We are very grateful for your participation. Now we are going to follow with a special performance that will keep us, we recharge our energy as we prepare for our last conversation, the book presentation of the book Collaboration, A Potential History of Photography, with Susan Meiselas, Laura Wexler, and Wendy Ewald. So Chris,
Thank you
the
very much.
stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. How's everybody doing tonight? Good? Thank you very much, thank you very much. I'm very thankful to be here. My name is Chris Renoir. I'm a stand-up comedian and actor based here in Miami, Florida. I know what you guys are all wondering. What is this handsome man doing here today? And what does he know about photography? Well, obviously, I'm not a woman. Neither am I a photographer. But I wanted to come here and speak about my experience with women in photography throughout my life. So I created this PowerPoint. I haven't done a PowerPoint in 10 years. Thank you very much to all the people shushing. I was too scared. I'm outnumbered in here. But I made a PowerPoint. This is the first PowerPoint I made since college. And I was very nervous. I don't know what's going on. I got one friend in here. Shout out to Evan. Yeah, right? Yeah. Thank you, Evan. All right, so let's get through it. Let's do it. So today's discussion. I feel like a professor right now. We're going to talk about my experience with photography, okay, throughout my life. We're going to talk about learning the world of photography and photography's role in society as a whole. All right, you guys ready? All right, cool. So here are a bunch of photos of me throughout my life. You see a picture up on the top left of me and my brother. That's a picture of me. The third picture to the left is me at a basketball camp. I looked like I didn't know what I was doing because I didn't know what I was doing. But as you can see, all these pictures right here are pictures that my mother took throughout the years. I remember as a kid, my mom was obsessed with taking pictures. Do you guys have mothers like that? That everywhere you go, you got to take a picture. It didn't matter where it was. Basketball camp, take a picture. Funeral, you got to take a picture. You know, parties, you got to take a picture. And I never understood why my mother took all these photos. She immigrated to this country from Haiti in the 80s. She met my dad in the 90s, and they had 3 boys. And like I said, all throughout our childhood, she would just take photos. And she's outnumbered in the household. It's all men in the household. And I don't know if the guys in here can relate, but constantly taking photos can be, you know, a little annoying from time to time. Sometimes you just want to live life, but your mom always reminds you to stop and take a picture, all right? I didn't realize the weight of it until a couple years ago. I had a conversation with a friend, Natalie. She's a good friend of mine. And we were talking about her grandparents and how they immigrated here to this country in the early 1900s from Europe. And she showed me a photo of her grandfather, and it was in black and white. I said, what year was this photo taken? She was like, oh, 1923. 1923? I have never seen a photo of anybody in my family before the 1990s. Is there anybody in here that can relate to that? By a round of applause, hands, okay, cool. Yeah, there was a rarity to me. My mind was blown. I've never seen a photo from any of my grandparents. I've never seen a photo of my father as a child. I've never seen a photo of my mother as a child. So in that moment, it made me realize the weight of what a photo is, especially in a family. All these photos here are photos that I can show my future generations. So for that, my mom instilled in me the importance of a picture. So I wanted to dedicate that first portion to my mother. So next is learning the world of photography. So when I was in school, I took a photography class. I was in photography/yearbook class, and my teacher was Chrissy Wynn. Now, Miss Wynn's class was very interesting because just like this one, whenever we had an assignment, we would have to present it in front of the whole class. So I thought about showing you guys some of the assignments that I had to do in that class. Now, I was in 8th grade. Okay, so this is gonna be a little embarrassing. But we used to have assignments. She would take us out and she would make us take pictures based on different, techniques and aspects of photography. And we would post it on a website called Pinterest. Are you guys familiar? Yes. So when I got the call to do this conference, I logged into my Pinterest and I seen all those old assignments, and I'm about to show you some of them right now. So this is my Pinterest. As you can see, We got some things dating back to like 10, 11 years ago. Some of them dating back to 8 months ago because I still use Pinterest to this day. And you can see the assignments. You got forced perspective, portraits, storyboards, and stuff like that. So we're going to start with the Valentine's Day board. This is one of the early assignments in the class. So as you can see, I had to tell a story using photos. And I took 2 stuffed animals in my room, and I told a story. Let's see if you guys can see what story I'm trying to tell with these photos. So you got one stuffed animal. You got the other stuffed animal with the heart, eyeing them down. Then a flower magically appears. I don't know if you can see that in the shadow. And you give the flower to the stuffed animal, but for some reason the stuffed animal then puts headphones on, leaving the bear dismayed and sad. Does anybody want to guess what I got for that assignment? What grade I got? Any guesses? A? I appreciate you. That was very optimistic. Anyway, B plus? C? You were right with the C. I got a C for that. I should have got an F, but I know how to talk. But this is the kind of assignment that we would do. She would give us an assignment. We would take pictures, and we would have to present it to the class. But over time, I got better. Here's another one. So we had an assignment to do forced perspective. As you can see by that white hand, that is not mine. That was the inspiration. So I went into my, you can tell that's not my hand. I went into my neighborhood and I did this. That's better, right? I still got a C. Anyway, no, I'm playing. I probably got an A for that. But yeah, I was starting to get better. And more storyboards. I took some photos outside. Now this was with my iPod Touch, probably like a 4-megapixel camera back in those days. Don't laugh. But you can see I took this picture of the spider web here. Took a picture of the sky here. Took a picture of this flower here. I was 15 years old. I probably got an A on this. But for this, I just wanted to dedicate this section to my teacher, Miss Wynn, who taught us about these different aspects of photography as a kid. Now, the next part of this discussion is photography's role in society as a whole. It's kind of hard to believe that 100 years ago, we lived in a society that was mostly off of text, meaning newspapers. If you wanted to learn about the world around you, thank you. If you wanted to learn about the world behind you, you would learn through telegrams and newspapers and things like this. Nowadays, we live in a visual audio society. Everything is on social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. And in that sense, the way that we learn about the world around us has changed significantly, especially with the advent of photography. I believe that women's role in photography has been at the forefront of learning about different cultures and perspectives around the world. For example, if you look at these pictures here, let me start by saying, text, you can learn something. Like I could say when I was younger, I wanted to be a basketball player, but I wasn't very good at it. I could say that to you. But pictures evoked a different emotion. I could show you this picture here, and you'll be like, yeah, he's right. He probably wasn't very good at basketball. I look very sad in that photo. But in that sense, like I said, pictures evoke an emotion. Text doesn't really do that the way photos can. And women have been at the forefront of that. You look at photos like this. That picture to the left, you guys are familiar with this picture, correct? I'm not gonna lie, I just learned that photo was taken by a woman. Can anybody tell me the name of that woman? Wow, I'm uneducated. Anyway, but yes, she took that photo during the Great Depression. Now, in that time, you could have just read about the economic issues that were going on in America, but a picture like that is etched into your mind. It plays with something in your heart. Even till this day, we can look at a picture like that and see the struggle in that woman's face. All these pictures here were taken by a woman. And they do a great job of showing us a world that we weren't familiar with before. You look at photos like this taken by Carol Suzy after the earthquake in Haiti. And at the time, the humanitarian effort that took place afterwards was very, very strong. But who's to say that it would have been like that if we didn't have these images to accompany what we heard about people that aren't related to us or an event that doesn't affect us. You look at more photos like these from Kate Sterling that show Black life, family life, loss, growth, and things of this nature. You see the Black Lives Matter protests right there. The response that took place not only in this country but all over the world was a very strong one. And I would say it's because of those images of people outside protesting and fighting for what they believe is right. We look at photos from Palestine, from a photographer, Samara Hasboun, who wanted to show people the life of those that has been completely changed due to what's going on over there. And she said something interesting. I wrote it down. I wanted to read it to you guys today. She said that at first, the people over there were kind of uncomfortable with the photos that were taken of them because they knew of social media and how, you know, the narratives can change. But she said that over time, that those people grew to be appreciative of the photos that were taken because they can show people where they lived and how their lives have changed because of what's going on. And so to close my presentation, I want you guys to all think about those people in your life that instilled the importance of photography, also the people that taught you different aspects of photography, and lastly, what photography can do in our society to teach others about the world around us. Thank you very much.
So here we are. Thank you so much to all of you who had stayed until the end for, our last but not least panel, one that has, have been like a great, one of the panels, every aspect of the Congress is like a favorite aspect because everything has been curated with a lot of care. But now we are going to be speaking about, as I previously mentioned, when we are going to present the book collaboration, Potential History of Photography. And I just wanted to highlight, Chris, thank you so much. That was like so, perfect and like a great, it's incredible how, without necessarily knowing what was going to happen after, your presentation introduced some of the discussions that we are going to have. I just wanted to let you all with this idea about how images change over time, or specifically how the reception of those images change over time. I don't want to anticipate anymore what is going to happen, but I just want to invite Susan, Laura, and Wendy to join me. And just as a general introduction, I want to say that Collaboration is a groundbreaking publication co-authored by 5 leading thinkers and practitioners in photography: Ariela Zulay, Wendy Ewald, Susan Meiselas, Lee Rayford, and Laura Wexler, in dialogue with hundreds of photographers, writers, and scholars. The book challenges dominant narratives of photographic history and authorship by emphasizing collaboration over the single creator tradition. In this panel, 3 of the authors will explore how the book functions as a pedagogical tool for photography practitioners and scholars, revealing the process behind gathering over 600 photographs that trace the relationships exchanges and interactions central to the event of photography and photographic archives. By the way, the book, after we finish, will be available the book is available for sale at the bookshop, and also the three of them will be doing signing copies, and tomorrow as well during lunch that is going to happen. So I am going to briefly introduce them. No introduction. We are not going to make introduction, no reading. I'm not going to read their bios then, because we are all a little bit tired. It has been a long day. You are tired, Susan? I was worried.
I think we should all get up for a moment and check it out.
Let's do it.
Como
Let's
un poco
do
de
it.
salsa, algo, porque realmente
A little bit of music. A little bit of music. I was concerned because I was looking at your face and I was like, oh my God.
Baby.
All
right, we gotta loosen it up, because otherwise people are gonna fall asleep.
Perfecto.
And you want to get them in a row? You have a class?
Yeah. Pero, yeah, that's one.
La música. Helps out. Why don't you pull back a little?
Well, great for that. Yeah, I was like, what is happening there? But I'm not going to read the bios, but I would like to give some general instructions regarding how this session is going to work. We will begin with the presentation, and following that, we will distribute the manifestos, the notes toward a manifesto that is included in text that is included in the book. And I will invite you all to read these manifestos and highlight the sections that resonate with you the most. And then you will have 15 minutes to turn to the people that is next to you to discuss some of the main propositions of the manifesto, and then we are going to reconvene and have an open discussion where you will be the protagonist. And then we are going to be here just to, comment. Again, this is a conversation. We want to encourage your participation, and here we are. So, thank you so much. I also want to thank my colleague, Amy Rosenblum Martin, who will be here supporting us as an educator facilitator for the second moment of this talk. So here we go. Thank you. Let me give you.
So you can see how disruptive we like to be. This is about disruption. Yeah, if I could.
I don't think, are they on?
Is it? Okay, now it is. Yes, I was just announcing how disruptive we like to be. We hope this is an act of disruption and dialogue. So, okay, I'm going to be clicking, and Wendy, you're going to begin. We're just going to tell you a story, bedtime story, not quite.
Yes.
But walk you through a process. Go ahead.
So people often ask us how this book emerged, which is a good question since it took us at least 12 years to do. Susan and I first communicated in 1970 when I was in college and she was putting together a book of teachers' photography projects. And since then, we followed each other's work. 12 years ago, she asked me if I'd like to collaborate with her on a book about seminal photography projects, which included the subjects and their communities. But we soon realized we needed to find writers to work with us and asked Ariela Aisha Azulay if she was interested. And no one said no to us, so we kept going. And we asked Laura, who's here today, and Lee Rayford, who's in Berlin now, to join us in the pursuit of a new history of photography, which would describe projects and bodies of work in the voices of the participants, from the beginning of photography to present day. Then we asked questions of the collaborators we researched, which which eventually led us to the final structure of 8 clusters or 8 chapters. And that's how we, that's the whole process of going through to an understanding of what we wanted to do.
Okay, so when I was invited to join, I knew that the name of the project was Collaboration, and I have to tell you, it was a name that frightened me. The word collaboration to me has always conjured the Vichy government of France, collaboration with Nazis. I don't know. I found it frightening. This was actually supported 10 years later when we had an argument with the French publishers of the book, who did not want to put the word collaboration on the title of the book. You cannot have the word collaboration on the title of a book in France. I mean, legally you can, but socially you can't. And we went back and forth. They didn't want the word on it at all. We found, yeah, but that's what the project is about. And so it finally showed up in the subtitle, photography, photographs, history, potential history, collaboration. That trouble with the word it turned out to be the key into the book for me and for other people, because we had to rethink what the word possibly means. What is collaboration? Or what are collaboration? And the community of people that we eventually found to think that through are on the flyleaves of the papers, I forget what you're called, of the book, and papers of the book. And we found, as Wendy just said, 8 different kinds of collaboration. So, and it was there that I found my way into the book, but we'll talk about that. Yeah.
Do you want to just say something about a potential history? Because that was the other
okay. So
wrinkle.
The name. So the name of the book is Collaboration: Potential History. I will tell you a secret, so you'll know it, because other people will be wrong. It doesn't mean that this is potentially a history of photography. That's like we didn't quite get there. Potential history is a term of that Ariella Azoulay has given us in her second to most recent book. Potential history means that history isn't over and done, that the choices that were made in the past are not foreclosed, that the bad decisions or dead ends or situations in which we find ourselves can be unlearned and looked at in terms of what else was potentially possible, and that we can learn to write a history of the potential and maybe make some of the things that are wrong right. So this is a collaboration, a potential history of photography, because we're really saying that thinking about all the people involved in making photographs and not just the singular genius behind the single lens is a way of activating the potential history, the history of what could have been and still could be.
Yeah, actually, I think it resonates completely, Alirede, with everything you're doing with this conference, as what we just heard, the histories that are being unburied, etc. So let's keep moving. We know it's the end of a long day. So we're going to kind of move towards skipping and diving through the book, but I think it's important for you to see, this is on a kind of just a reference to talk about our process. The process being very inclusive right from the beginning. So it was the 5 of us, as you heard, as co-authors, co-creators, and then we began to find forms to invite others to participate. That took the shape of workshops and labs. We actually, Sarah Meister isn't here, she wasn't yet at Aperture. Aperture gave us a big long wall, probably the length of this one, and we began to paste up the ideas that we had of what a square was. A square was the term that we use for a project. You can see them on the right side. And the square included photographs, quotes, both from the person that made the photographs and the person that might have been in the photographs, right? And that construct was visualized on a wall. And then we gave people Post-its. They went around and added what they thought was missing or projects that we they thought we should consider. And so it was a very dynamic process right from the beginning. We did numbers of these. Laura, Ariella, Lee taught at Berkeley, Yale, and Brown in a classroom. In the classroom, the students studied and added squares and ideas, squares being ideas of projects, then framed into these clusters, which are now, they look like chapters of the book.
Yeah, they weren't originally a book. I mean, it was a...
It's very important to
turn
say
it into
these
a
were,
book.
we moved from ideas to walls. When we went to the walls, as you see on the right, those are all squares that we printed out that are held with magnets. And the assumption being that the magnets suggested they could be moved. It could be to the left, it could be to the right. A grid is a very different dynamic structure. You start to read them cross, you know, like those old crossword puzzles. You can always move them around. And we actually created a box at this time with all the squares, and people would make different associations. The important thing that happens that all of you can imagine is once you move from walls to a book form, it starts to be linear, it starts to be fixed. So one of the premises was that there would be seminal projects, but they would have a chronological timeline within the cluster that they were placed in. But of course, they could have been in other places.
So we were looking for projects in which these kinds of collaboration could be traced, or we were looking for projects in which we could discover the ways in which people collaborated with one another outside of the kind of master narratives that photo history and our own experience had taught us. And the first one that made sense to me was what is the title of Cluster 1, The Photographed Person Was Always There. It made sense to me because it sounded poetic. I understood it in a way that wasn't totally rational. The photographed person was always there. And I realized that that emanation of the photographed person having been present, having been in some way a participant, was a way that I could think about collaboration. I mean, and it didn't raise the specter of Nazis. So the original person I worked on and have in the past worked on a lot is Frederick Douglass, who was one of the earliest and most important theorists of photography, of what it means to photograph, in American history. Douglass wrote public lectures, gave public lectures at least 3 times about photography during the Civil War. And he wound up really saying that it was really important for the country to use photographs to envision what the future could be after practically destroying itself. And Douglass believed, as Sarah Lewis has also emphasized to us, that photography could point the way to justice and truth, or vision, the vision and justice. And so Douglass got photographs of himself made for decades throughout his life. He's always there in front of the camera. The photograph person is Douglass, and he's always there. This is riffing off of Douglass. This is a study about Edward Curtis, who was photographing Indigenous Americans under the kind of canopy idea that they were disappearing. Of course, they were being forced to migrate, and then their land was being sold out from under them, and their tribal structures were being erased. So in a sense, they were disappearing, at least in Curtis's view, and he wanted to take pictures of them. J.P. Morgan financed him, actually, for years. But more than that, they cooperated with him in sometimes tongue-in-cheek ways. And that photographed person, despite the masquerade that often shows up in Curtis's photographs, that person was always there. This is Horace Poulain, who's in a sense a brother or a corrective, a sibling of Curtis from an indigenous point of view, who photographed for his own community in Oklahoma and advertised himself as a Native American photographer. Found out very quickly that the white community was not interested in getting their portraits made by an Indian, pictures by an Indian, but just didn't let that stop him, and has left us this extraordinary record from an indigenous point of view of his own community. These indigenous people were always there while Curtis was mourning their loss. So in that sense, the poetry of the title allowed us and allowed me to find things and relate them to one another that I wouldn't have otherwise.
Just to say, we're going to move quickly because we have 115 projects and we're not showing you them all.
Yeah. So this
we're
is
giving you a
cluster
glimpse.
2, and which is reshaping the authorial position. And it became something that was beginning to happen more and more in the 70s. And so each of these clusters have sort of short manifestos. And this one is, some photographers explicitly use collaborative methods and acknowledge them as such by setting out collaborative forms, platforms, and modes of engagement, and acknowledging them as such. They invite different types of relationship among the participants in the event of photography. So this is a project that I did in the 70s, in the late 70s, and I taught photography to children in 3 small rural schools in Letcher County, Kentucky, from 1976 to 82. And as we said, there's different voices in these spreads. And so, you know, my voice is in this is, when I started, I divided my work into 2 streams. One when I was taking pictures, and one when I was handing the camera over to others. What role does a subject play? What role does a photographer play? Those were questions I was asking. And, but at the same time, the young people that I worked with were also going through their own interpretation of their world and their families. And Denise Dixon made the 2 pictures on the right. And she is saying, I always think about what I'm going to do before I take the picture. I have taken pictures of myself as Dolly Parton and Marilyn Monroe, and then there was the girl with the snake around her neck. For some, I was dancing in my bathing suit while the music was playing in the basement. I like people in action, and I always look for a certain time to take a picture. And so all these pictures were made, you know, in their own homes with their own families and their own ideas. And then what we haven't really sort of talked about is on the right there, you can see, and you can see it in this one, but is a writing on the right side by various writers or thinkers about photography. So that is another element to these spreads. And this is a project by Bika de Porter, who was working with in Egypt, and she says, since 2011, during several key moments in the uprising, I traveled to Egypt regularly, trying to find trust in times of turmoil and suspicion. I asked people I met by chance if I could spend the night in their homes. And then she says, later, I then traveled through the country asking people whom I had not photographed for their thoughts on seeing my images. They wrote in Arabic directly onto the dummy. I embraced the idea of letting the original image slowly disappear under the text. And so this is one of her images she's bringing back on the left to the family. And one of the daughter says, you have lived through one snapshot, an hour or two, maybe a night, just a picture, but you haven't experienced what is in this place.
Yeah, one of the things I think was so interesting about Bika's project, she's from Belgium, is she had no idea what they were writing until she came home and had the work translated. So she opened this process up of a dialogue with this uncertainty in certain ways, and they're quite critical comments
And
about
yes,
how
like one of them is a picture of the house of someone poor to make the rich think how they need the basic requirements for a good life. And does someone use the kitchen, or is it abandoned?
So
We did not smooth out the conflicts, actually. It was a very unusual thing to take the photographer's project and the quotes from the photographer and the quotes from the photographed persons and give them to a writer and ask the writer to write about what they saw in that collaboration. And not all the photographers and the writers agreed that about what they saw. And then there was another long process of going back and forth and working with the writers. There were probably 3 or 4 photographers who refused to accept what the writer said, and vice versa. There were, surprisingly, out of 120 projects, 115. I don't know, there were supposed to be more, but anyway.
They cut 10 projects.
There was surprisingly few, but it's a very unusual process to then give the writer a say over the photographers and then give the photographers a say back. But we wanted to be as collaborative as we could.
Yeah. So just trying to move on. The third chapter, or cluster really, is iconization is preceded by collaboration. I think you know what iconization references. Some of the projects in this cluster, Dorothea Lange, and obviously Migrant Mother, Nick Utt, who you might know from Burning Girl, the woman he collaborated with really is Kim Phuc. Steve McCurry's Girl, with the Green Eyes, the long history of that relationship, and many others. So I'm just going to refer to one, which is Gordon Parks project with Flavio, based in Brazil. And this is it was a very complicated project for Parks, as he speaks to. Obviously, Life magazine is a major conveyor, so we're also in iconization dealing with the notion of circulation, how images move and get known and seen. And one of the quotes from Parks in this square is, "I could not help but compare the good fortune of my own children with the fate of these others. Fate might have so easily reversed the circumstances." So I think that's really an important quote. And counter to that, he also says, what happened to it? Oops. Oops, it just disappeared. I could not, no, sorry, it didn't get printed out on this page. He goes back, money is raised, he's very, he acknowledges the importance of life's community. And I was just thinking in Bika, we're bringing in the spectator of photography beyond the photographed person, the reader of the magazine. The reader then participates in believing they're changing Flavio's life. And they do. They bring him to Colorado. They raise enough money for him to come to Colorado and get the medical need he has. And Gordon Parks also helps contribute to a home that he builds in Brazil much later. So it's a bigger story, and as all of these squares suggest, we hint at aspects of it. We're not covering it fully, but inviting you to learn more.
Okay, so this is when a community is at stake. And a brief sentence. Sometimes photography is involved in the coming together of a community. That warrants change, restitution, repair, and justice. The use of cameras, the production of images, as well as their withdrawal from circulation, etc. This is a square, or a spread, by Zanelli Moholi, and she says, Faces and Phases is about our histories and the struggles we face. I always say I'm an artist always say I'm an activist before an artist. To me, you take a particular photo in order for other people to take action. Oh, can I see the?
I'm just worried that we should keep
can
moving.
I just finish this because it doesn't? You need the other person. Pamela, who is photographed in the middle on top, she says, "I wanted this little person to bark and bite on my behalf, and sometime I met Zanelli, Maholi, and Joburg one wintry day. She'd chosen to shoot my sister. I acted as her assistant for the day. I was a fan, not of the Zanelli, the photographer, but of Zanelli, the fire eater." And these are portraits of her friends in the LGBTQI community in Johannesburg and Cape Town.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm trying to move us along. So co-archiving, that's obvious. I think you know what that is, more or less. This is a project I did in the early 90s in Kurdistan. It's really a collective co-archiving and co-creating a visual history of image makers, placing my own work from 91 into this history of 100 years of photography, going back to state archives, going to family collections, people participating in different ways. You can see the Polaroid film, that's positive negative film, which was unbelievable at the time to use because everyone knew what was being contributed by a neighbor or in another village. So the whole book is built little by little over 7 years with, and the image on the right is a website that was called AKA Kurdistan, which I did in 98, with this idea that a book is fixed and therefore history keeps moving. Who else could continue to participate looking forward and looking backward? So this whole idea of archiving, which we've been talking about in different ways during the day, is how do people contribute to an ongoing archive of reflection and activation. Another project that I love and comes from Miami actually is Hank Willis Thomas's project that obviously involves a community of men who have brutally been killed over time, in the way in which the community celebrates and acknowledges who's gone. I mean, Hank, in this one, we quoted him saying, obviously people were sad, but because it was so frequent, weekly, there would be a murder of someone. It was almost like they were giving them a badge of honor to have a depiction of someone. And one of the men wearing the t-shirt says, if you love that person, you're going to go out and get a shirt and just walk around in the streets to show people. I knew him. He was my homeboy, and I got love for him, and I miss him. So again, the sort of participation in different ways.
Yeah, so what you're seeing this is all about is our finding ways, resonant ways, that photography is a collaborative effort. And one of the ways we thought was something that we called potentializing violence. This doesn't mean figuring out what is the potential of using violence. It means that violence has happened, and like potential history, there's a question of what, given that it has happened, is there a way to think through the social relations produced by it and perhaps return and repair some of them, or make sure it doesn't happen again? Or, I mean, is there any potential difference we can make in the fact of violence having occurred? So this is an example of someone who tried. Marc Garanger, who was drafted during the Algerian War of Independence by the French army and was forced to take photographs of forcibly unveiled Algerian women who were rounded up and put into camps during the war. You can see how furiously they are looking at him. These are ID photographs. So there's people in camps getting themselves ID'd. And he, after the war, nobody seemed to be, at least his story is, interested in these pictures afterwards. So he brought them home with him to France. And then decades later, he actually had an exhibit of them in a sort of white box gallery as fine art, which produced a big wave of attention and criticism. He also took them back to Algeria and tried to find the women and discussed with them what it meant to them to see themselves in these photographs. So he is a participant, he's a force, he's a creator, and he obeyed orders as a soldier, so he's the force of the state, the army of violence, and you can see that he's struggling to find the potential of turning that to another direction for decades afterwards. Photography is used collaboratively for that. I think that's, yeah.
And he does come back. He does go back. He finds, there's an example of one woman that he found and brought the portrait back to, and that's a kind of dialogue. Photography preserves sovereign history as incomplete. Today at lunch, when we were trying to figure out how do we do this little dance of the baton passing, which you think is easy, it's not. And Laura said this wonderful thing. She said, sovereign history wants the story to stop. And I just thought that was so fantastic. And I think in the sense that I very much think as a photographer of a frame, and we were talking earlier, someone else was talking about still frames. I guess it was Carmen. And this idea that the frame is fixed, and we all know there's so much that's outside of the frame. So I think that's in the spirit, you know, people move on. We look backwards at the frames we've made, we that make them and those that are in them. So I think this project just is one of the many examples. This is Joel Sternfeld, which I particularly remembered when it first came out on this site. It's such an important project. I mean, it's sort of about then and now, but it also goes back to actually this notion of erasure that is in Hank's work. So you have these themes floating through. This idea that space holds memory. The picture on the right is Bryant's Grocery, which you all know the reference to Emmett Till's killing soon after in '55. And the parking lot at the top is of Kent State University. So again, do we think back as we move on what happened someplace or to someone?
And finally, something we call the sovereign and civil potential of the apparatus.
And this is the...
I think it's Laura. Yeah,
Laura.
so, okay, so these are the Hidden Mother Project.
Sorry.
Yes, photographers and others have sort of taken apart the physical and social apparatus of making photographs and used it or pushed it. And here's an example from the 19th century. Nobody really knows what these photographs totally are about, but as you know, the exposure was too long and the babies moved too much, and so the photographer would throw a black cloth from the studio over the mother or the nursemaid or the sometimes slave who is holding the baby, and the mother person would be in the position of the headrest from the earlier 19th century. This is a playing with the apparatus that makes it malleable. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Wendy, you were, yeah.
Yeah. So this is another project which is called the Plaza de Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, and just to go over it, on April 30th, 1977, 13 mothers walked to the Plaza de Mayo in Buenos Aires to protest the disappearance of their children. They marched carrying enlarged ID photographs of their children. They wore as headscarves their children's white diapers embroidered with their names and birth dates. Many of the founders of this later disappeared themselves. And the ID photo became a symbol for many other protest groups across the globe demanding justice and accountability for the targeted and disappeared. And this is one of the women who started it, Maria del Rosario de Cerruti, who was the mother of Fernando Ruben, disappeared May 10th, 1976. She says, "One of the things that I simply will not do now is shut up. The women of my generation in Latin America have been taught that the man is always in charge and the woman is silent, even in the face of injustice. Now I know we have to speak out about the injustices publicly. If not, we are accomplices. I am going to denounce them publicly without fear." This is what I learned.
So just to end, this is the last project. So we showed you the first project of Frederick Douglass and the last project in the book. And this one was really important to us. It was all exploding just as we were trying to finish, and we were overdue to deliver the manuscript. So this is the viral revolution in Iran of women unveiling on the public streets, obviously challenging the state power in this performative gesture. And I think one of the quotes here, I think, is kind of what moved us in this moment, which was, everything was ordinary, even when the security forces attacked us with the batons, bullets, and tasers. I don't know how to explain the word ordinary, or what better term I might use. The space between me and the images I had desired had grown very small. I myself was those images. So I think it gives you a feeling of this 360 degree. It kind of interestingly goes back to the diapers in the Plaza de Mayo, the unveiling of women in Iran. And we were all online, I'm sure many of you as well. And of course, what I can't help but think is how many women died, how many were arrested, how many have to be again covered. So I think we're really going to segue into an invitation, which is really the invitation of the book, that it's not a fixed, authoritative, it is a potential history. It's a history that invites all of you to continue the work you do.
I have a question, before we go to the audience and we start distributing some of the manifestos, I would like to focus a moment in the instrumentalization of the book. I mean, one of the main elements that for me was very interesting as I was organizing the program and seeing when the publication arrives was this idea of the book as a pedagogical tool. But then when you see it, you know, it's a kind of, the book is like a reference, it's a kind of manual that you have to spend time with it. You know, you need to go, you have to understand, because it's complex and it's non-hierarchical. Is totally, it doesn't follow like a it's not chronological, so you really have to process how the conceptualization behind the publication. But there are some ideas that I would like to highlight or particularly ask you or make note about it. And the first one is about the importance of the context, of the reference. I mean, this is a book that has like a lot of text. And that's one of the, when I thinking my practice as a curator as well, sometimes we ask, where are photographs enough? So my question here is, if what we are seeing with this book and thinking how we should conduct ourselves in the practice of photography, in how we think about providing references for the photograph that we use, how we include context. That's the first element that I want to highlight. And the other one is about how this text, how this publication is going to change the way that we archive work. And the way that we, for example, create labels for exhibitions. How what kind of categories are we going to establish? So,
I want to answer that second one because I'm not a curator. I'm a scholar and a teacher, but a historian. But it has already changed. In other words, working for these years in thinking about these projects and these categories has taught me to look for different things than I ever knew to look for before. And in the essay that I actually wrote over the summer, which is about 3 photographs of the Oklahoma land rush of 1893, I discovered things about those photographs that I would never have discovered if I weren't looking for the sort of these subject titles, and so it will change not only wall cards, it will change projects, it will change how you think about working with others, it will change how you give your photography to others slowly, because we have a lot of unlearning to do, we have a lot of new seeing to do, and we have a lot of joining with others to do in order to bring this about. But absolutely, it was a steady pressure that now is a resource for me. And I think about The photograph person was always there. Well, where are they? Where are they here? And you can use it that way as well and think of your own ones as well. So that's to answer that. Yes, it will change things. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting for you and I to say, how is it going to change things about photography and being a photographer, really?
Well, you
Well,
could,
guys,
what do you
well,
want to say?
no, I mean-
I was just thinking, because we were just in that long conversation about Miami and the history of Miami, and I guess we were talking in a little bit of a break, you know, it's, where were you when? And when did you learn about? And what did you see? And do you have any way to even record that in your own processes? So obviously, there's so many aspects of this. When Wendy and I started our first coffee conversation 12 years ago, I was really curious.
Yeah.
How is it that you began to think to do this? And then she asked me the same.
Yeah.
And then we wondered, so who had we seen? I'll tell you a little story, right? We both said Emmett Gowan.
Oh, yeah.
At a certain moment. We had both
And-
seen in 72 or 73.
And Danny Lyon.
And, well, but Danny Lyon, the point about Emmett Gowan, which it's interesting as a footnote, because he changed by, you know, there was a participation of a photograph subject, that it was different than just making an object, an image as an object of someone. It was inclusive, it was performed, it was changing the feeling of a portrait when he began to do the work on his family and with Edith. That registered for both of us. When we went to include, and this is the little secret because you happen to be here and
Yeah.
it's late and you probably want to drink at dinner.
But he did say no.
He basically said when we went back, because of course when we did our research online, etc., we went back to everyone and showed them everything and they could make changes or suggestions, etc. And Gowan said to us, it wasn't collaborative,
Right. Yeah.
which to this day,
Can't use me. I'm not.
I don't.
Or I do not, this is not a project.
Yeah.
And this, he didn't see himself inside the visual vocabulary that we were exploring.
Yeah.
He didn't, and you know, we've talked about it several times with him. There were a few others. I mean, without
not very
delaying that. What I wanted to say is this, I think we tried to create something that was interactive, invitational. It's chronological within a cluster, but it's not asking you to relearn the history of photography, turning the pages. It's asking you to bounce around, to see themes and wonder about things in your own practice. It's not seen as, it's a source book of ideas, but it's not seen as something you should mimic necessarily. Hopefully there'll be other innovative projects we'd love to do. The publisher already wants volume 2. I don't think we're there, but you know, it's inviting responses, which is
what we also did with the text on the side. So there's many additions to be made.
Yeah, and before giving the manifestos, and just like a last reference that I would like to give you is because I think one of the essential concepts or radical concepts of this publication, that is a concept that I think is coming from Ariela and her contributions to photography theory, that is the idea of the photographic event. And I don't know if you want to speak a little bit about that, but I think that if we don't take that as a reference, I mean, stop thinking in photography as a death matter and going on this idea of photography as a system of relations, or as longue durée, as you have been referring in the book, I mean, that is essential to understand from where are you departing for making this research?
Well, I'm going to let Laura respond to that,
Yeah,
except
that's a
to
good
say we are in PAMM, and last night we were at the Girls Club, and we're seeing photographs on walls with no context of how they came to be. So this is a challenge to rethink how we recontextualize. So I want to respond to that part, but let Laura talk about the event of photography.
Things that Ariela teaches us is that photography puts us in a civil relation to one another. We're not taking photographs of, we're taking photographs with others. But the photograph person is always there. there before, there during, and thereafter. We are in relation. The photograph extracts a certain relation, and that extraction is an event. So Ariella talks about the event of photography. But as you look at that event, it's a very resonant and growing event. The people who spoke so movingly about what it meant to have your family album from a home that no longer existed, or it was not accessible to you, and then came to be accessible to you, that's an event of photography. That's an event. That's an event much more meaningful than simply a box traveling from one place to another that you unpack. That's an internal event. So many people spoke of the event of photography. And those events are state and civil relationships as well as other things. And so that's, I think, what Ariella means. And it's that sometimes we would get shivers when we realized what the event really was that was going on here.
But I also think that, you know, we, Susan and I and lots of other people at a certain time, were doing those events in that way, but we didn't look at it in the way or talk about it in the way that we do now.
We're giving language. We're trying to find language for it.
That's a good thing. That's actually what you and I talked about. I said this word comes to me at a certain moment of understanding something, and the difference, and all of you are living your lives in process, evolving the language that's appropriate to define and describe what it is you do or believe, and hopefully you carry it within you to continue to explore. So I think that's, you know, that word comes at a certain moment, you know, and it's different than, you know, I wouldn't have called even Kurdistan 91, I didn't call it collaborative. I said it was a collective gathering. It was co-creating. So I didn't yet have that word. So I think hopefully we're rediscovering and opening up new kinds of vocabulary and practice.
There's a potential in it for understanding how we are governed with others.
Yes.
And then that's a really critical thing for us to do now. So that's really what the manifesto is about.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So if we can distribute the manifestos, Amy, you want to, come with the back? Thank you.
Thank you, Aldea. Thank you, everybody, for all these incredible talks. I just wanted to, Aldea and I have been talking about how to organize this part of the Congress as a way of acknowledging that we, as the audience, have been listening, which is work. And who's listening to whom is always a great question, just like I feel like it matches some of the questions you guys have been talking about just now. So as an exercise in listening to audience, listening to us as audience, everybody's getting a copy of this manifesto that I believe Susan wrote? Oh, collectively, you wrote it.
Yeah, the 5 of them.
Great. And you have something to write with? Raise your hand if you need something to write with.
They have in the tote bags that you have received,
There's one person who needs a pen up there. If someone could pass this person a pen, please. So we're going to take 5 minutes, read the manifesto, and underline anything that sticks out to you. There are no right or wrong answers. And then we're going to, after 5 minutes, we're going to turn to the person sitting next to us and talk about what we underlined.
No, we don't have it. Okay. Okay, well, we'll wait to see. No, you have, we'll wait. Oh. Oh, wow. No, that's good. I think it's great. Yeah, right, right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Next time we'll bring you in a little earlier and you can do that before we vote.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's why I want to read this.
Finding five voices that can together come up with something.
Please raise your hand if you don't have a pen.
But this is what you did, right?
No, Susan.
No, not the highlighting, but I mean, did you do?
That's from the
No,
book.
no,
That's
no, but I thought at one point it was cut or something, or it's the same. But these are yours, not.
those are Susan's.
Oh, those are Susan's.
Yeah.
Okay, and then yours are over there. So what were you thinking when you?
Feel like study hall. We can't end the day with study hall.
2 more minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you had people telling you memories of their first photograph.
No, that's good.
We'll find it.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why,
Yeah. 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 Right. No, I love the idea of doing that. Right. Yes. Right. That's right. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Take 1 more minute. And if anyone has a pen, there's one more person who needs a pen.
Oh, great. It would be good for us. Yeah. Right. You guys know each other better. No, they haven't. 5 minutes left. They haven't left. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you were tired before. Now you're pipe. Yeah. It's nice to go outside. and feel it. No, it's not.
Yeah.
And that's a nice.
Will it be in that lovely store downstairs? Oh, that's very nice.
Okay, so you can read the rest later. Take whatever you underlined and scoot next to the person sitting next to you or people sitting next to you and share with each other what you underlined and why. And let's take 5 minutes to do that.
That's good.
Yeah, that's working, right. You can hear it.
a good idea. But you try, I also was part of bringing new generations to the conversation and bringing men. I am super happy because I have seen more men in this program than in other events that we have organized about, yeah. But most of the programs that are about women photographers only have women in the audience. And here, I mean, of course, we are the majority, but still are men.
And do the men talk?
Yes, they do. Yes.
Yeah, they have questions. Yes. There's a lot of gesturing. What? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
One more minute of talking to the person sitting next to you.
Send it to me. I'll send it to everyone. I really like this. She said she'd love to get the book. Oh, yeah. Oh, good. That's
This is so funny, you know, that I wanted to create an event of 24 hours.
Yeah, just give me whatever.
I wanted to create a program of 24 hours where every hour
They are.
you get like a new
We haven't gotten paid
Oh,
yet.
God.
You know what? I don't know why I think, you know, if you. I don't know how you're.
Okay. Do you need more time? Raise your hand if you're desperate to have more time. Okay, you're good. So, we're going to bring it back because now the people who spoke already want to listen to the audience. And we'd love to hear, if possible, from the people who haven't felt comfortable speaking yet. So who would like to either say what you discussed with the person sitting next to you, or even maybe the person sitting next to you said something that you really liked and you'd like to tell everybody what the person sitting next to you said with their consent?
Yay. Okay. We have.
I'd love to hear from someone we haven't heard from yet. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I see Yen that wants to participate. Sophia.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. I'm just thinking a lot. As you were all speaking, I was thinking a lot about power dynamics and how, as a photographer, as an artist, all that gets implicated, and how we don't really discuss that. And that's something I struggle with a lot as a practitioner. It's like, when is it enough? When is it equal? Never quite is, right? It's you always ultimately have that kind of power. But to go back to what were you saying about history, I found really interesting. History was created by the ruling class, and it's a narrative. So it's kind of, but I find that kind of perspective an interesting place to be, because I think that that can activate the viewer. If you're kind of creating something where you're putting people in this position of is this the truth? Is this not the truth? You make the person participate in the meaning of the work, I think, right? Anyway, that was a big, I think, and I also had a question, I guess, because I went down a rabbit hole I went to grad school, and they don't like documentarians there. And so I kind of went and I started to research all the debates that were happening from the 70s, and Sakula and Martha Rosler, yeah, yeah, I said Platenga, and then like later on Ulrike, all these people. But anyway, it's I wonder what you think about this theoretical argument. Is that kind of plateaued, or is it gonna? Where does it? I mean, are we like? Obviously, we don't see a lot of There's like this thing about representation, right? That it's like we don't like it, right? Or it's always been kind of put in this corner. But anyway, I just kind of wonder theoretically, like where does that kind of get pushed more?
Well, theoretically, the idea of collaboration is a feminist intervention into this. I mean, it's a group of 5 women. We were aware that it's a feminist project, and it's a critical intervention because collaboration is not a critical term that, you know, it shows up in that history of debate. But right now, I think that AI, and I think there are these huge challenges about how we even apprehend the visual world that we're creating, that we're diving into, that's all around us. And the question, I think, theoretically is what of the past is the potential history of AI? So I think that this word, potential history, is an extremely helpful one for our evolving the theory that we need for remaining human in the next era of machine-made images.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to read a part of the manifesto that you underlined, or that the person sitting next to you underlined, and tell us what you spoke about with the person sitting next to you, please. Thank
I
you
think
so
we can
much.
go. We can go with Yen, that she wants has something to say. Yes.
Thank you, Andrea. Actually, what I noted down, you did mention part of that just now, because I'm very fascinated by the term collaboration, and now I'm thinking that photography is kind of the medium where, for the first time, that the human mind and the machine can work together, can be fused together. Like, you need the camera to take the picture, but it's your mind and your your imagination, your thinking, which gives this the forms. And I've been thinking that it now is kind of like how we trying to communicate with the machine, with the system, to give us images, to give us like some manifestation of our thoughts and our imagination. So I think it's fascinating how photography has been evolving because of its fluidity, and how it could, like, for the first time, combine the human and the machine together. That's what I noted down. But fascinating. I definitely would like to dive very deep into the book. Thank you.
Thank you. And even now that I heard you speaking, I noticed, or maybe I missed this in the book, but did you include any project that was considered specifically as collaboration with nature?
Yes, I was just thinking of 2 things, because thank you for that thought. I mean, I think the idea of this is not so much to ask us questions, but what inspired you to think about what else you know, that, you know, that's the hopefully the pedagogical process that we're engaged in. But it's interesting because you made me think about when we finished the book, the timeline of that was right before the explosion of this dialogue we're in now with AI. As a photographic community, as a world, machine learning was around. But so we did not include a project that specifically was, you know, and it would have been in this last section about the apparatus. We do all kinds of things in that chapter, but we didn't get there, and that's a lot because the social cultural mindset wasn't yet addressing it, really. I don't know. AI specifically. But the nature, I just wanted to finish to Aldede. We do have that, the idea of nature came in from one of our workshops in Canada. And it was one of the participants who said, I'm missing the dialogue with landscape, actually, not nature specifically, but landscape. And there are a number of projects that are quite strong through the book that relate to nature as a non-human collaboration, but not non-machine. We didn't get to machine, except for cameras that have certain kinds of capabilities, like the right angle lens and there are other things. So AI is moving it to the next level, and
it just an idea that occurred to me while you were talking is that it could also well be that that's also a proof of how fast this is moving. So you work on this book for 12 years, which is not any, short time. And I'm saying this in a good way. And, how can you predict that all of a sudden there will be AI coming and it's just coming so fast, and how to include it to the book? Yeah.
Am I allowed to dialogue? No, because I think one of the things we talked about, if this is a process, is some people have an understanding because they've experienced making a book. When I said it's a fixed object, it's linear. We closed the book 2.5, 3 years ago in this process. It takes that long to get all of it together in all the ways that it needs to come together. So it is, this is why this is a great exchange for us to realize there we are. We're not going to do a second volume. Somebody else will do it, in some other way.
Adriana?
Departing of the idea of conceiving the book as a pedagogical tool, and then history as an open narrative that can be rewriting, rereading, reinterpreted, and it is always changing. I thought you cannot have a closed book. I was going to ask you if you have not considered the possibility of having the book in a web page in which the people will submit the more collaborative projects from Latin America, projects from before, projects that are...
We have, but we don't have
this will be super important.
Who would be the webmaster of that. What we have longed to do is to recreate the box. So when we first began, we had these physical squares on vinyl, these printed projects, and they were all over the floor. When I taught with Ariella at Brown or at Yale, they're on the floor of the classroom, and we're moving them around, and you can already see that you might think, oh, this project belongs in the photographed person was always there. No, this project belongs in the civil and sovereign relationship. And so everybody could move it around and then pin it up on a wall, and you could see that it's mobile. What we want, and what we probably will be able to do, is to make a box that could come with a book that people could take into their classes and their groups of friends and make new squares. We always had blank squares. But in terms of the internet and somebody to be in charge of it, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I'm worried about that form. I would rather be in person with groups of people and say, and this is how you add to this.
I imagine a foundation that be open through internet to the continuous collaboration of a potential history of photography, but of course it would require certain filter, but perhaps jurors or things like this, but that does not belong exclusively to you, but that be transposed to the community.
No,
something
we
like that.
truly have thought about the implication. I have to say that I did a website in AKA Kurdistan in 1998, which was an open process of continuing to add to the book Kurdistan in the Shadow of History. And I did that for about 7 years. It's an enormous undertaking to be in this ongoing conversation with a wherever it comes from. And initially it's very exciting. I think if someone were interested in making a proposal to do it, we'd be open to that. But there's, we all have parentheses in our lives, the things we begin, the things you sustain, what it means, or you move on, or you pass on. So moving on yourself or passing on to others, I think that's what this whole conversation is about. Other ideas from what you all took away from?
Yes, thank you. I kind of skimmed through this like everyone else, but when I got to the end where you say we study living projects in which photographers and the photographed persons and their descendants and the communities impacted by them are engaged in reversing these and other harmful ideas such as fossilized times associated with photography. I just thought of how photography is used in our interior lives and how it's been used specifically in the studio, which for me and like my understanding and study of photography done specifically by Black photographers, which is what my interest has been, that what happens in the studio with like photographers like James Van Der Zee, who's been photographing in the 20s, and even the photographer I spoke about yesterday, Felicia Aban, the studio has been a space of reclamation. It has been a space of, kind of celebrating a indigeneity outside of the gaze of the imperialist and violence. So I think there has been like this space that has been used, where photography has been used in a way that kind of pushes the needle of reclamation, that kind of celebrates culture, that celebrates individuality, and kind of moved away from always responding to what has been done, the violence that has been done, So I'm just thinking about the tradition that has been taken up in the interior spaces, in the family photo albums, in the studio, where the collaboration between the photographer and the sitter has been that of really, embracing humanity and embracing culture. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we are on time, and I want to invite you all to join Susan, Wendy, and Laura, who will be in the bookshop. We have a few copies available, so if you are interested to purchase the book, this is your opportunity, and get it signed by them. They will, and then of course to join us tomorrow. We start here, I think that from 11:15 a.m. with another incredible day of conversations and panels. Okay, so the book signing is here. So thank you so much.